second and final day of our event, Korean Civilization and Paths to Peace and Reunification, which is organized by the Saturday Free School for Philosophy and Black Liberation. My name is Jeremiah. I'm one of the main organizers for this event, along with Anna and Nuri and Dr. Montero. Today's program is titled For World Peace and Democracy, Korea and Our Common Destiny. And today follows yesterday's documentary screening, which some of you may have attended. And today we're going to have a full day of panels and discussions, as well as cultural performances, exploring themes and questions of the modern meaning of civilization, Korea's role in a changing world, looking at South and North Korea, and the possibilities for a new peace movement in this time. And I just want to say that we're holding this event in recognition of this year as the 70th anniversary of the Korean War Armistice, which left the Korean War in a state of perpetual ceasefire without actually ending the war. This year is also the 75th anniversary of the founding of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, commonly known as North Korea. And we believe that the questions of war and peace and of America's relationship to humanity, including Korea, that these questions belong to the people. And so we're envisioning this event as a space where people of many different backgrounds can come together and participate in a democratic forum for peace. And so we're really welcoming everyone today for this program to engage with the ideas by listening and hearing the perspectives of various members of the audience as well as the presenters. And we also highly encourage people to speak what they're thinking during the Q&A portions of each part of the program to voice their thoughts in relation to the questions that we're raising. You're also invited to check out the art exhibit, which some of you have seen already. But yeah, we really just want to thank all of you for coming out today. We know that there's many other ways you could be spending your Saturday, but honestly, after watching yesterday's documentary, what better way to spend a Saturday than to be immersed in learning new ideas and talking about them with old friends as well as new friends. So just to give an overview of the program, we're gonna have a first panel to start, followed by lunch at around 12:30 p.m. And shortly after that, we'll have a performance of traditional Korean drumming and dance at 1:30 p.m. And then we'll have a second panel followed by the final community discussion. And so if you want to check out or see the details of the full program, you can see that poster back there with the welcome table. And just some housekeeping items. All of you are already up here, but if you go up and down to the bottom floor, just make sure not to hold the elevator door open for too long because it can make it malfunction. And also, we're going to be having lunch, but please, if you have trash, like food, just please keep track of it. We want to keep the space nice and clean. And so yeah, now I'm going to let Anna read the appeal which we wrote for this event. And then we're going to have Dr. Montero also give some welcoming remarks. But I'll hand it over to Anna.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. All right, so some of you may have heard this appeal last night, but I think it is something that always is worth repeating. So we are going to start off today with another reading of our appeal. It is called An Appeal for Peace on the 70th anniversary of the Korean War Armistice. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the armistice that produced a ceasefire and not an end to the Korean War. Military tensions are higher than ever on the Korean peninsula, threatening both the North and South, the surrounding region, and the entire world with prospects of nuclear war which have escalated to a frightening intensity. This is happening in the context of a rapidly changing world. New political systems and economic relationships are rising from China and Russia to the rest of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, while the US-led world order flails in an attempt to contain them. In the West, These developments have been framed as the resurgence of rival power blocs and a new Cold War. However, we in the Saturday Free School take the side of peace and instead view these developments as the realization of greater humanity's strivings to finally overcome the age of empire and Western hegemony, to bring forth a new era of world democracy. In light of this special historical moment, we urgently raise the questions of peace and humanity's common future to our sisters and brothers, the American people. We, people of the Korean diaspora and of America, aspire to reclaim and synthesize the best of the Korean and American civilizations, both of which have contributed to the forward march of humanity and must do so anew for our time and generation. Korea's deep history is unknown to many Americans. We understand Korea as a unique and ancient civilization, originating approximately 5,000 years ago and characterized by the development of its distinct language, state, and culture. We believe that the Korean people are a people whose culture is anchored in a deep understanding of peace and its singular importance. Throughout their history, Koreans largely remained in the peninsula, surrounded by larger powers, and never invaded their neighbors in China, Russia, or Japan in aggressive wars. Rather, Korean historiography conceptualizes the development of Korea and its people as one of progressive unification of the peninsula over the centuries towards a centralized, cohesive, and strong state. Peace and unity have long been understood as an absolute precondition to the prosperity and well-being of the people. Many of the greatest works of Korean art and culture take peace as a thematic ideal. On the other hand, Korean art and culture have been thoroughly plundered and devastated by war and invasion. The past century of Japanese occupation, followed by the Korean War, disrupted the development of Korean civilization and left deep scars on the people, including Korean Americans. The subsequent division and artificial separation of one people who share a long history and a common destiny has also profoundly hindered their capacity to reach their full civilizational potential. Our event is an earnest attempt to understand the Korean people in their entire possibility, and in turn, see our own humanity and capacity reflected in them. As a result of the unended war, South Korea today is occupied by the military of the United States, while North Korea is the most vilified, least understood state in the West. Despite this, the North has withstood 70 years of maximum military, economic, and political pressure from the US and the collective West. It has maintained the sovereignty and legitimacy of its state, which has provided for its people a much higher life expectancy, level of education, and overall quality of life compared to other countries with similar GDP per capita. How was this possible? And what does it mean, given the changes taking place in the world today? If we are to make a contribution toward peace and reunification, it is the North which will require the greatest reconsideration and new understanding from our part. North Korea is a country posed as a geopolitical enemy of the US and as the philosophical adversary of democracy. The US ruling class and its allies in South Korea frame North Korea as an isolated enemy frozen in the Cold War past. But we assert that it is the continued military presence of the US in South Korea that is the true anachronism of the Cold War, which only a handful of elites seek to revive. Asia is moving beyond its centuries of subjugation to the West, and North Korea is a country uniquely suited to this emergence of a new stage of history, with its long ties to humanity's non-Western majority and world peace and progressive movements. In this light, we see the South Korean government's continued acceptance of US occupation and the broader neo-colonial dynamic of its relationship with the US as a remnant of a decaying epoch. This relationship must instead evolve with the times and in the true interests of the Korean and American people. We see this possibility because in the South, in spite of decades of dictatorship and brutal repression, a rich history of people's movements arose whose spirit can be recaptured for the present times. Figures such as Moon Hee-kwan and Im Soo-kyung reached towards the North seeking peace and reunification, framing peace as an issue directly for and from the entire Korean people. They acted in a spirit of good faith, openness, and courage, with the conviction that Korea's division was and remains today an aberration both irrational and immoral, which had to be overcome by the spiritual, ideological, and civilizational reunification of the people. They recognized that the democratization movement in the South was to overthrow military dictatorship, was fundamentally interlinked with the fight for peace and against imperialism. In this, they agreed with so many other democratic progressive movements around the world, including the civil rights movement in America, in proclaiming that democracy can never truly be fulfilled without peace and the complete self-determination of the people. This is a more advanced understanding of peace than the conventional one. It is best captured in the words of Martin Luther King Jr. as a positive peace, not simply the apparent absence of tension, but rather the presence of justice. In the case of Korea, American imperialism has a stake in maintaining the current state of tension and making its occupation seem natural. Thus, any movement for change appears to be a threat to peace. A move towards justice would mean ending the war, to let Koreans figure out their own path to peace and reunification. However, the American ruling class frames North Korea as the constant aggressor that threatens the peninsula with nuclear tests and provocations. This narrative is propagated despite the fact that the US government, the only one to ever use nuclear weapons on another country, uniquely adheres to a preemptive nuclear strike policy. At numerous times over the decades, US politicians have openly proposed launching unprovoked nuclear assaults against North Korea. This, along with America's refusal of direct talks without the North's unconditional denuclearization, is justified with the reasoning that North Korea's leaders are insane and irrational, and that the North Korean people are brainwashed. In other words, the US government's willingness to start a nuclear war is based on their own racist beliefs about North Koreans, a view that extends to all Koreans who resist that status quo, as demonstrated consistently by the genocidal proportion of civilians killed by US forces during the Korean War, American complicity in the Gwangju massacre, and the deadly sanctions imposed during North Korea's ecological crisis and famine of the 1990s. The North's nuclear weapons program arose in response to this regime, understanding the status quo of US nuclear strike capability over Korea and the broader East Asian region as a concrete existential threat. Most, if not all, Korean Americans have experienced some form of racism in American society. And even if the American people themselves are less racist than before, this racism remains the most vicious and acceptable among the US elite, who are hungry to wage untenable wars against Russia and China and toy with the idea of the complete annihilation of the entire Korean people. We say all of this in a time when the American people are tired of war. We are more war-weary than we have ever been in our history. This political reality is intimately connected to our conviction in the Saturday Free School that the American people are in a process of becoming one people, a new nation capable of finally overcoming the triple evils of poverty, militarism, and racism as envisioned by Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement. The ruling powers in this country are invested in sowing division among the people to prevent this achievement. Moreover, they seek to prevent the American people from truly knowing the world so that we fear the vast changes taking place in it. However, the American people are simultaneously disinvesting in our incompetent ruling class. Greater and greater portions of our people do not believe what the elites say anymore, seeking out alternative perspectives which resonate with their life worlds. We see the current moment as an opportunity like no other to open this country's perspectives on the total situation in Korea and its possible solutions. Why should anyone continue to trust the ruling class's messaging about North Korea when we have so much to gain by challenging old assumptions which prevent a path to positive peace on the peninsula? The long history of Korea shows that the Korean people are capable of resolving the problems and division imposed since the Korean War, armed with both old civilizational knowledge and the capacity to transform anew towards the future. We have faith that the American people, too, can come together in their entirety and chart a new path forward for this country. We thus bring this message firstly to Korean Americans. We seek to understand specifically how Korean Americans can contribute to advancing the American revolutionary process. The tasks of reconciling our history and fighting for peace are problems tailor-made for us to solve. The younger generation especially has a pivotal role to take up in this potentially pre-revolutionary period of transition. Through this process, Korean Americans can contribute something new to the transformation of the American people, just as Korea can contribute something new to the world by overcoming 70 years of imposed division to reunify and renew its civilization. As such, we also bring this message to the American people, who have been profoundly changed by Martin Luther King's vision of a new people who could say, "I'm not going to study war no more." King's message of peace, in opposition to the US occupation and bombing of Vietnam, also resonates with the struggle for peace on the Korean peninsula. Just as King once said that the bombs dropped in Vietnam explode in the ghettos, so too do the multi-billions of dollars dropped in Korea explode as bombs of neglect all across America. We appeal to the American people to come together, to talk with one another, and to seek their own way forward on the vital democratic question of war and peace. In the midst of a changing world order and threats to peace, a united American people have the capacity to join the movement of humanity to achieve a new peace and a new world. The opportunity is ripe for us to make real the progressive and democratic promises set forth in past revolutionary periods of our history, which have already shaped so much of American life. Learning about Korea is important because its history, civilization, and people have something to give to the world movement towards a new era of world democracy. For Korean Americans, there is a movement happening amongst the broad mass of the American people that we need to understand if we are to fully realize our identity as Americans. Korea has significance beyond our personal experiences and point of view. We have a chance to turn the painful experiences of our past into a strong new chorus for peace and renewal. Moreover, if the American people are to make good on their own potential, it will require gaining new insight from what countries like North Korea have been able to achieve, the human relations they have been able to develop, and the perspective they have to offer. We believe, ultimately, that Korean civilization is not a throwaway object to be trivialized or abandoned. Korea has a progressive message for humanity. By joining under the banner of peace, Americans can become part of the great democratic experiment to discover this nation's true possibility as a synthesis of world civilizations. If we are to have a place in humanity's shared future, we must remake America into a civilization of peace. We stand, therefore, at a crossroads between war and peace, and at a threshold between epochs. A new America and a new world call to us. Each and every one of us must give our answer. We turn our gaze to the dawn of peace and human brotherhood, and the unfinished task of achieving our nation, knowing that the best of our people, from every generation and continent, will come together to make this vision real. Thank you.
And now we'd like to have Dr. Anthony Montero of the Saturday Free School come up to give some welcoming remarks.
Thank you, and good morning to everybody. I feel it's a real honor to be here this morning and for the rest of this day to participate with people who believe in humanity. And because of our deep belief in humanity as such, as a single thing, that we believe that we must fight for peace against a regime that Martin Luther King said was the major purveyor of violence in the world. And to stand with the Korean people is to stand with humanity, because the Korean people, whether we in this country fully recognize it, are daily threatened with the greatest concentration of nuclear and military force ever assembled against a nation of people. It is our government that is responsible for this, and hence it is our responsibility to take on our government at this time. We don't have a moral choice in the matter if we are to be moral. Let me smile. I'm so impressed with my young Korean colleagues that I worked with in organizing this, and so proud of this great appeal for peace. And I hope this appeal can be distributed widely, especially among young people. And there were a couple of things that really moved me. I've read it several times and listened to it twice this weekend. When in the appeal, they say, our sisters and brothers, the American people. Our sisters and brothers, the American people. This appeal to the American people as our sisters and brothers is uncommon among what we in this day and time call the left. A lot of people think you're being left when you see the American people as a basket of deplorables, or as by nature racist and neo-fascist. That nihilism and pessimism undermines the fight for peace. because a peace movement cannot be successful unless it mobilizes its own people. What peace movement would say that its own people cannot fight for peace? That's not a peace movement. That's a self-serving enterprise that virtue signals but wins hardly anything. The other thing about this appeal that I liked very much is the idea that the people of the Korean peninsula are not a throwaway civilization. It is 5,000 years old. Its language is pretty much that old. And while starting with the Chinese script, developed its own writing. Korea has its own beautiful art, as we try to demonstrate here. It is multi-religious. It is Buddhist. It is Confucianist. It is those who worship nature and their ancestors. Korea is both ancient and modern, and certainly the final thing that is so moving for me about the appeal is the courageous defense of the right of the People's Democratic Republic of Korea to exist on its own terms. We watched a documentary last night, which was a great one, except there was a weakness. There was not a fight for liberation from the Japanese, one in the north and one in the south. There was a single fight. And the leader of that single national liberation movement was the great Kim Il-sung, the father of not just North Korea, but of Korea itself. And his great philosophy of Juche, and I'll end on this. They understood that the West, the Americans in particular, had attempted to bomb them back into the Stone Age. As Western military leaders and politicians themselves said, we will bomb Korea back into the Stone Age, which was a declaration of genocide against the Korean people. You know, just parenthetically, on whose authority does the American regime, in the face of all of this, claim to be the defender of moral values and democracy? End parentheses. There was hardly a building standing in the capital city. The United States admittedly dropped a bomb for every human being living in the North at that time. In other words, every child, every mother, every woman, every father had an American bomb with their names on it. Every building was destroyed. But under the philosophy of Juche, the Korean revolutionaries said, you may have destroyed buildings, but you have not destroyed our humanity. And they came out from caves and tunnels that they had built underground to protect themselves, and immediately rebuilt their country based upon ancient and enduring civilizational values. This claim of the anti-communist and anti-revolutionaries that the North is a repressed communist regime where the people have no say in anything. This big lie that would even shame the propagandists of the Hitler regime is propagated to the American people on a regular basis. We must know North Korea if we are to understand Korea, because it is here that the ancient and the modern in Korea move forward. I would just say finally that this conference is a proud moment for the people of Philadelphia. It's really a proud moment. I'm a Philadelphian. Whenever Philadelphians stand up for human values and for peace, it makes this city proud. This city was founded by Quakers, that is, people fleeing Germany. They were radicals and revolutionaries. They were the sons and daughters of the great peasant leader, Thomas Munzer. They followed in some ways the anti-establishment practice of Martin Luther, the father of Protestantism, a religion who takes its name from the word protest. This is sometimes called the Quaker City. Not far from here, the first anti-slavery protest in the West took place, led by Quakers. William Penn, considered the father of the country, himself was a Quaker. The Quakers believed in peace, and most of them still do. I can't speak for all of them, but I'd like to hope that most of them still do. But this gathering, especially of young people, a world house in this room, is a proud moment for every Philadelphian. Those who are not here will know about this. Ideas travel at their own speed and in their own way. And like the Christians say, when a few are gathered in my name, it has implications far broader and far deeper. And so in the name of peace we are gathered. We represent the best of our people. And like Martin Luther King always reminded us, truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne, but it is that scaffold, that hangman's noose, where the fighters for the truth are martyred. It is the scaffold that sways the future, and we are swaying the future today. So thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Doc. Now we're going to start with the first panel. I'd like to invite all the moderators, the moderator and all the panelists up to the stage.
Hello. The title of our panel today would be dealing with, I'm trying to pull up the panel beginning. One second, sorry. Is it okay if you send it to me? Thank you. Good morning again, and thank you for the introductions that everybody has been given or giving already. Our title of our first panel will be Civilization and Modernity, a Task for the People. I wanted to start out with a quote from W.B. Du Bois from the Criteria of Negro Art. Because although we're not directly dealing with art as of such, we're dealing with the principles that undergird the people and our nation. And I want to say that thus it is the bounden duty of Black America to begin this great work of the creation of beauty, of the preservation of beauty, of the realization of beauty, and we must use in this work all the methods that men have used before. And what have been the tools of the artist in times gone by? First of all, he has used the truth, not for the sake of truth, but not as a scientist seeking truth, but as one upon whom truth eternally thrusts itself as the highest handmaid of imagination, as the one great vehicle of universal understanding. Again, artists have used goodness, goodness in all of its aspects of justice, honor, and right, not for the sake of an ethical sanction, but as the one true method of gaining sympathy and human interest. Truth as it relates to the artist and to the social scientist. One second. Okay. So I want to then also say that there is indeed a commonality. Namely, the artist and the scientist both implicate in their respective works the subject matter of humans. The apostle of beauty thus becomes the apostle of truth, and right not by choice, but by inner and outer compulsion. Free he is, but his freedom is ever bounded by truth and justice, and slavery only dogs him when he is denied the right to tell the truth or recognize an ideal of justice. Thus, all art is propaganda and ever must be, despite the wailing of the purists. I stand in utter shamelessness and say that whatever art I have for writing has been used always for propaganda, for gaining the right of Black folk to love and enjoy. I do not care a damn for any art that is not used for propaganda, but I do care when propaganda is confined to one side or the other, while the other is stripped and silent. I want to start out with this quote because for this particular panel, the Korean people have contributed to world civilization. And in doing so, we'll be having Nuri Yi, Anna Pugsley Ko, and Emily Dong present in different aspects of what this would mean. And I want to also say that in terms of the contribution and why that's even important, there are concepts, philosophical concepts that mean something in terms of the fact that we all abide by a certain value system. And one concept that when we study the Black radical tradition emerges from Black America is the concept of love. And in this case, when we see the exhibition, we see the concept that emerges from Korea is that of peace. So I would like to begin the panel with that in mind. For the first speaker, I suppose it's Nuri. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Serafina, for that introduction. I'm just going to start off by talking a little bit about civilization and modernity, the panel title. So basically what we in the Free School, I think, see a value in those terms, despite the baggage that they might carry today. Those words, they can't just be left to academics or to intellectuals to debate the meaning of and the problems of civilization while they're completely severed from the source of civilization, which are the people. Civilization is the birthright of the people, the masses who actually make up the vast majority of humanity and have toiled for thousands of years to build civilization. And we think that they have done so to usher in the present stage of human history, which is so far the most modern, the most new, and in many ways the most filled with possibility to finally achieve world democracy and freedom for all people. And it was through past free school conferences with the Year of Du Bois and the Year of Gandhi that I first actually began to think again about civilization and to see it as something real living in the people. There is a concert on Pan-Africa and Pan-Asia, A World United for Humanity, and this idea of inter-civilizational unity came up constantly. And there have always been concerts and art exhibits highlighting various civilizational contributions. Each culture has a certain value and essential unity to it. Philosophy in India, the state in China, music of the spirituals, blues, and jazz in Afro-America. All of these are gifts for the people to know and to carry with them. And then I was in college, and at my school I was studying comparative literature and Asian studies, and in those courses, civilization was always a very problematic term. You only used it with a pessimistic or negative tinge, like it's bad, or it's a category that postmodernism wanted to get over. And I would just only learn about how Asian civilization was basically ancient but backwards, whereas the only real civilization for our time was the Western one, which was also bad. And these ideas are damaging because civilization has value. It's existed as an idea for thousands of years because it captures something essential which is obscured from us today. The meaning of civilization, what we understand of it, and thus what we can take up from it to use shifts. But the main thing I think is that civilization conjures up history with a capital H. It conjures up the long arc of human history, which is thousands of years from the past to the present, precisely the idea that there's some sort of arc, some continuity, and some movement forward to where we find ourselves today as the link between our ancestors and our children's children. And the use and the resurgence today of civilization is representative of how right now, this present moment, might be an inflection point in human history that decides the future. This fact makes some people hysterical and panicked. Many call it the collapse of the West, meaning the fall of Western civilization, while some call it the converse, the rise of Asia and Africa. But in the dictionary, civilization is the stage of human social and cultural development and organization that is considered most advanced, the process by which a society or place reaches an advanced stage of social and cultural development and organization. So how do we understand what is most advanced, what is most modern? What's our criteria for it? For whom is civilization meant? And where is the center to be found? And for the last centuries, modern civilization has basically meant Western civilization, but I think we all know in our hearts that this can't be eternal or exclusive, because civilization belongs to all of humanity. Du Bois, writing in Black Reconstruction and the World in Africa, lived in a time when this assumption of Western civilization was gridlocked, but he responded to it, especially in his chapters, The Black Proletariat in South Carolina and the Counter-Revolution of Property. He attacks, quote, the gratuitous assumption that the Negro race has been proven incapable of modern civilization, and, quote, that the American residue of a universal belief that most men are subnormal and that civilization is the gift of a chosen few. He addresses the criticisms of the Negro's use of his political power, saying, quote, this problem was not so clear because it involved matters of norm and ideal. Whose civilization, whose culture, whose comfort was involved? The Negro certainly did not attempt to overthrow civilization in the sense of attacking the fundamental morals and habits of modern life. What this book is saying, the title, Black Reconstruction in America, an essay toward the history of a part which Black folk played in the attempt to reconstruct democracy in America, is that civilization must be understood as, and actually made to become, a democratic concept. First, this means that we have to recognize the mass of men, the worker, can self-govern and rule, producing great works of art, culture, and civilizational achievement. Black Reconstruction demonstrates this. A quote from a Black worker in the book says about the dictatorship in South Carolina, "We were 8 years in power. We had built schoolhouses, established charitable institutions, built and maintained the penitentiary system, provided for the education of the deaf and dumb, rebuilt the jails and courthouses, rebuilt the bridges, and reestablished the ferries. In short, we had reconstructed the state and placed it upon the road to prosperity." And Du Bois writes, Quote, "We know perfectly well that most human beings have never had a decent human chance to be full men. It is then one's moral duty to see that every human being, to the extent of his capacity, escapes ignorance, poverty, and crime. With this high ideal held unswervingly in view, the end will be the rule of all. And out of the Black worker comes the sorrow songs, the spirituals, blues, and jazz, the only gift of pure art in America." And secondly, if we are to understand the worker, we have to then also see the mass of labor, which is yellow, black, and brown, which Du Bois uses to conclude his first chapter of Black Reconstruction. He says, "That dark and vast sea of human labor in China and India, the South Seas and all Africa, in the West Indies and Central America and in the United States, that great majority of mankind, on whose bent and broken backs rest today the founding stones of modern industry, shares a common destiny. Here is the real modern labor problem. Here is the kernel of the problem of religion and democracy, of humanity. The emancipation of man is the emancipation of labor, and the emancipation of labor is the freeing of that basic majority of workers who are yellow, brown, and black." End quote. And so Western civilization cannot be superior, nor is it the end of modernity, despite its objective, universal accomplishments in science, philosophy, and enlightenment. And when I speak of achievement, I do not mean the colonial imperial conquest, the domination of man, or the accumulation of obscene wealth. No. The civilization contributions of the West, too, are in the worker. And Paul Robeson knew that. He knew that all civilization was built on the worker, seeing the cultural commonalities of the life worlds of all folk. He said in a 1939 interview, "When I sang my American folk melodies in Budapest, Prague, Tiflis, Moscow, the Hebrides, or on the Spanish front, the people understood and wept or rejoiced with the spirit of the songs. I found that where forces have been the same, whether people weave, build, pick cotton, or dig in the mines, they understand each other in the common language of work, suffering, and protest. Their songs were composed by men trying to make work easier, trying to find a way out. Many of the old folk songs, which are still young today, echoed the desire to escape bondage, such as the Negro protest song, 'How long must my people weep and mourn?' When I sing 'Let my people go,' I can feel sympathetic vibrations from my audience, whatever its nationality." And by folk, Robeson says, "I mean the songs of people, of farmers, workers, miners, road diggers, chain gang laborers that come from direct contact with their work, whatever it is. This folk music is as much a creation of a mass of people as language. Both are derived from social groups which had to communicate with each other and within each other. One person throws in a phrase, then another. And when, as a singer, I walk from among the people onto the platform to sing back to the people the songs they themselves have created, I can feel a great unity, not only as a person, but as an artist who is one with his audience. These are the people who have built civilization, and their language, music, and culture, the folk, that is civilization in its purest and realist sense." And so now if we return to the threat of the collapse of the West, given all this, I want to also move to King and his urgency of now that he talks about in his 1967 essay, The World House. In it, we see that our present moment can't be understood as just a clash of civilizations or a return to a forever cycle of imperial great power struggles. Rather, the current moment is a struggle of all humanity to overcome the too long era of exploitation and repression posed by imperialism and racism. The assumption that the rise of China, of Russia, the growth of India, that these two are imperialist implies that any large country that dares to use the term civilization is just forever imperialist. It's not historical. We should understand imperialism as a distinct stage of capitalism, a particular era of human history, different from the empire of antiquity. It has its bounds, and the historical experience of imperialism has created a new spirit in the people and a determination to banish it forever. Lenin called imperialism the most advanced stage of capitalism, but what happens after? Could it not be a new era of humanity and human history now on the verge? Humanity can move forward beyond imperialism, carrying civilization and renewing it through King's World House. The vision of an endless cycle of civilizations trapped in rise, spread, decline, and wreckage are attributable to war and racism, no longer tenable in the World House of today. King said in the World House, "Racism can well be that corrosive evil that will bring down the curtain on Western civilization. Arnold Toynbee has said that some 26 civilizations have risen upon the face of the earth. Almost all of them have descended into the junk heaps of destruction. The decline and fall of these civilizations was not caused by internal invasions, but by internal decay. They failed to respond creatively to the challenges impinging upon them. If Western civilization does not now respond constructively to the challenge to banish racism, some future historian will have to say that a great civilization died because it lacked the soul and commitment to make justice a reality for all men. A final problem that mankind must solve in order to survive in the world house that we have inherited is finding an alternative to war and human destruction. There's no need to fight for food and land. Science has provided us with adequate means of survival and transportation, which make it possible to enjoy the fullness of this great earth. The question now is, do we have the morality and courage required to live together as brothers and be not afraid? End quote. The task for humanity today is to achieve peace and recognize our destiny towards this world house. We can learn peace, and we can do so by making civilization democratic. We cannot afford to think in terms of a clash of civilizations because of our interconnectedness today. We live in a world house and cannot turn back the clock. The only solution, given the recognition of our situation, is to achieve the world house as a beloved community of peace. This task for peace and brotherhood requires moral strength, advanced human relations, but it can be done with the recognition of the worker through the Black worker. An example has already been laid out for us in the social relations and creative relationship of the civil rights movement. King saw in Reconstruction, quote, the Negroes' capacity to govern and their fitness to build a finer relationship and creative relationship with poor whites. Following this, a mission of the civil rights movement was to, quote, inject a new meaning into the veins of history and of civilization. Peace is the task civilization must achieve for the world house, and nonviolence is another universal contribution to world humanity in doing so. In the World House, he suggests, the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence must become immediately a subject for study and for serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding the relations between nations. We have ancient habits to deal with, but unless we abdicate our humanity altogether, succumbing to fear and impotence in the presence of weapons we have ourselves created, it is as possible and as urgent to put an end to war and violence between nations as it is to put an end to poverty and racial injustice. Somehow we must transform the dynamics of the world power struggle from the nuclear arms race, which no one can win, to a creative contest to harness man's genius for the purpose of making peace and prosperity a reality for all the nations of the world. This means that what is required is not just technological innovation or scientific progress, but actual human innovation, progress in human relations, in social development, and life. The development today most needed is the development of a moral modernity. King contrasts the scientific progress of Western civilization with its need to undergo a revolution of values. He says, we must work passionately and indefatigably to bridge the gulf between our scientific progress and our moral progress. One of the great problems of mankind is that we suffer from a poverty of the spirit, which stands in glaring contrast to our scientific and technological abundance. The richer we have become materially, the poorer we have become morally and spiritually. The internal is that realm of spiritual ends, expressed in art, literature, morals, and religion. The external is that complex of devices, techniques, mechanisms, and instrumentalities by means of which we live. When the external of man's nature subjugates the internal, dark storm clouds begin to form. Western civilization is particularly vulnerable at this moment, for our material abundance has brought us neither peace of mind nor serenity of spirit. Our moral and spiritual lag must be redeemed. And I think this is very compatible with the North Korean understanding of Juche, which came up in the documentary and in Doc's remarks, and I think will be a continued theme of discussion for the day. In this understanding of human history, with the fundamental assumption that there is the possibility of progress, we can advance in development through stages, not inevitable, not dogmatic, but we can build new paths to the future armed with the knowledge and practice of new social relations, unleashing man's creative capacity for social development. We have an American precedent for this in the civil rights movement, and we have a world precedent for this in North Korea. The purpose of moving beyond exploitation, after all, is for human freedom, to have a better and more beautiful, more morally true life, to be able to fully enjoy the beauty and joy of human life together, not just physically, but spiritually, soulfully, what civilization has always carried and what we get through Robeson. And I think that's what we've been trying to show with the art exhibit in our work for it. We want to show the life world of the people, how civilization has been most cherished by the people, its builders and its carriers. And this civilization is something to be proud of, not to be understood in the way that academics or the elite will tell us to think about it, but in the way that we know it in our lives. And so civilization itself must become democratic, and it must move towards a democratic international order if it's to have any relevance today. And I think more about Paul Robeson because he was called democracy's greatest voice. He was a voice of people's democracy, and he spoke out of civilization through the singing of his folk songs. As a peace activist, he declared too that, quote, "the people must, if necessary, impose the peace." He said, "These very days and the days ahead are of utmost importance. In America, the people are groping, earnestly seeking for honest guidance in solving the most perplexing and soul-searching problems. Yet, at these fateful moments of human history, in the history of the whole human family, we must gird ourselves anew, find new strength to labor incessantly in every way possible on every front." And this is what Serafino is saying in the introduction too. He says, "Labor, the worker, the scientist, the artist, the writer, the women, the youth of all lands, to win and to guarantee the peace. Among the hard, toiling, working masses, among the whole citizenry of all the hitherto dominant lands. Yes, my folks march in America crying out for liberty. They march in thousands. They march to and from Aldermaston. They march for peace in New York. They cry out for a decent America in San Francisco. You gather today and in days to come to let those in power understand that the human race, yes, the whole of us, black, white, brown, and yellow, yes, all of us, are on our way to a victorious imposing of the peace. In the end, final peace, complete disarmament, on the way to living in peace, friendship, and understanding with our neighbors. No, more than neighbors, with our brothers and sisters. Is this possible and realizable? 1,000 times yes. Thank you.
I would like to invite Anna for the next presentation. Thank you.
Just give me 1 second. All right, so first I want to say good morning again. So I'm going to be presenting on civilization and Korea, and so this is definitely going to be a lot more freeform because this is actually something that I had a lot of trouble actually putting together, and it underwent many like reconceptualizations even within the past couple days and hours. So I will just start by saying first, I think our art exhibit, if you had a chance to see it, it does a really wonderful job establishing Korea, first of all, as a unique and distinct civilization, 5,000 years old, and not simply derivative of China or any larger neighbor. And we see that although it shows clear influences from multiple sources throughout its years of interacting with the rest of the world, it is one that stands on its own. And as Nuri has shown us, part of what makes it a civilization is not that it merely gathers people together or forms a basis of identity, but rather it provides a basis of values and a vision to continually shape and renew society. And I'm emphasizing here that peace is core here in Korea's basis of values. And in fact, Korea's historical trajectory has demonstrated that its continual strivings for peace are its special contribution to the world. So I'm going to talk first a little bit just about some recent Korean history. This is not meant to be an exhaustive fact sheet, although I certainly can give you some sources and facts if you come up to me later. But I'm actually here to talk about Korean civilization and what it means for us today, especially here as Americans in the United States. So with that, Korean civilization's largest blow in recent history has been imperialism. First Japanese, then American. The Japanese invaded the Korean peninsula in 1910, and Korea was actually like the longest that any people had been ruled by the Japanese colonial forces. It lasted until 1945, until Japan surrendered with their defeat in World War II. Part of the reason that Japan invaded Korea, well, Japan has actually had their eyes on Korea for a long time, and they've made multiple invasions, actually, with imperial ambitions in the past, in the few centuries preceding 1910. Most of their reasons for doing so were actually to create like a labor force to subjugate Korea's population to grow rice and other like raw materials for Japan's consumption and to support their own growing population. I will say that, Japan at that stage of history, their ambition to dominate Korea actually shows internal stagnation, a lack of creativeness, a lack of ability to adapt for their own domestic situation, and as such they externalized by dominating Korea. And Japanese rule in Korea has been resistant since day one. The Korean economy, the thing is, they were actually industrializing even before. They had plans to do so. But the crime of imperialism is that it does not adhere to the people's democratic wishes on how to govern, how to rule themselves, how to best serve their people's needs. They concentrated most of the industrialization in the north of the country, and most of the agricultural and service sectors were concentrated in the south. And Korea itself remained very, very backwards in terms of its economy and its standard of living. The vast majority of rice that was grown in Korea was for Japanese consumption. The people themselves had high rates of malnourishment and poverty. The other thing was that the industrialization that was produced in Korea was for Japanese consumption, for their imperial ambitions in Southeast Asia. So here we actually have a fundamental splintering of the Korean civilizational essence, that Koreans were actually being forced in essentially slave labor to produce imperial and war machinery for Japan. That's why the Japanese rule was so resisted. And I also want to talk about why imperialism is such a crime to begin with, because I feel that I actually entered free school from the left, and I think in many left and progressive spaces, it almost becomes a mantra. Oh, imperialism is bad, but why? It almost becomes like a banality, but I want to make clear exactly how and why this notion of imperialism, not only being bad, but actually this being the central problem or contradiction of our times, is worth elucidating. And I'm going to start, when I was doing research for this, I found, coincidentally, that the exact argument I was building rested on the exact same assumptions as the Juche philosophy. And we start here with the premise that humans are, in essence, social creatures. Man is an inherently social being, and he differs from all other material beings on Earth in his social nature and capacity. Man is creative, man is social. Man, unlike all other material beings on Earth, has the power, through interaction with his fellow men, humans, to decide what is best. How can we not only work for our survival, but our flourishing? Humans throughout space and time have formed themselves into societies and then created, over generations, social structures to support the functions necessary for first the survival and then, of course, the flourishing of human life. These social structures include, but are certainly not limited to, housing, methods of food acquisition, child rearing, right? Because we raise our children far longer than those of any other species, and conflict resolution. Many of these structures are highly dependent on geography and other specific factors, and hence this is why people are best suited to governing themselves. Because Well, I'll get to that in a second. But as societies have progressed to civilizations, these social structures deepen and broaden. They become historically constituted, right? To include also formal education, agriculture, increasing advances in science and healthcare. And ever since ancient days, we have regularly shared such knowledge within and throughout our societies for this purpose of progress. This social character of human society, with its structures and achievements, is why invasions by outside groups, generally to seize control of resources and land, are so destructive. Apart from bringing conflict, death, and destruction, these interventions actually damage social structures and accountability mechanisms. Human social organization thus becomes dysfunctional with the advent of imperialism. Yet, due to also the natural human instinct, and it is a natural human instinct to continue on, our societies do rebuild these structures after the foreign body has been expelled or otherwise dealt with. We have seen this damage in the imperial era when great powers in the West and Japan imposed colonial structures to serve their own interests. There was no such thing, for example, as mass education in Japanese-controlled Korea. Before then, actually, even the Korean peasantry enjoyed a high literacy rate due to the simplicity and the intuitive character of the native Hangul script, which the art exhibit actually shows. It was tailor-made. In case you haven't had the chance to see there, it was literally tailor-made by a Korean king who wanted his people to be able to read, especially peasants and women, so that when they had a contract they had to sign, they knew what they were reading. So Hangul was actually known as almost like the women's script or like the peasant script. So then, under Japanese rule, the speaking, teaching, and using Korean became forbidden completely. I mean, Koreans were all even given Japanese names in order to destroy their own identity. But then in 1945, as soon as Japan surrendered, the Korean people rejoiced, and then village by village, they quickly formed these things called people's committees through democratic elections for the purposes of governance, security, and education. Journalist Wilfred Burchett wrote in this book called This Monstrous War. Educating Korean children was of course not organized from one village alone, but by working with other village committees. There were no Korean textbooks, as they had been banned and destroyed by the Japanese. But teachers, writers, historians, and workers got together to produce, within 3 days, copied mimeographed sheets which could serve as textbooks until policies and publishing houses could be organized. So, empires have long brutalized and degraded entire populations, and that is why they have been resisted everywhere. So in the simplest of terms, empires are antisocial and thus anti-human projects of aggression and domination. Imperialism literally threatens the very core of human society. Now, I'm not here to go talk about imperialism in the capacity of, for example, capital acquisition. I think Nuri's presentation got into a lot of that. And there's also plenty to be said about imperialism and capitalism in that capacity. Du Bois, Lenin, and Nkrumah in particular have written very brilliantly about that. But I'm simply here today to assert that humans have an inherently social nature, as evidenced by the historical arc of our societies and civilizations. And imperialism is a gross aberration to our organic social patterns. King has already made clear to us that the US government is the largest imperialist entity, or I think he said specifically purveyor of violence, this world has ever faced. And it wages constant war, militarily, economically, and culturally, abroad and at home. Given this world situation, we must recognize the urgency of overcoming imperialism. So with all that being said, what now? What now for us? And the question is twofold. First, we must answer what is required of us in order to overcome. But the second is, who even is us? Which I will begin with. When I say us, I am referring to the American people. from all regions of all races, religions, and backgrounds. This, of course, includes myself, because I'm American. I was born here in Philadelphia, and it is the only home I know. And today, I especially want to talk to those of us who have been socialized as Asian American. I'm gonna put that in quotes. Because even though I am American, I'm also of Korean heritage, and I know that the road has been very long and confusing for many of us. For most of us, we want to know in earnest how to be true to both aspects of our heritage. One can say that it is actually a long-standing unresolved question that has caused endless angst over the decades and has been the driving or the motive force behind this category or concept of Asian American to begin with, this unresolved question. But it's unresolved only because the path to clarity and resolution has been purposely obscured from us. As we grow up, the ruling class presents to us a distorted, if not completely false image of what it means to be American. Essentially, we are told that to be American is to be white. And I'm gonna get into what that means specifically. This messaging can seep through school and university curricula, the media, our jobs, etc. In some of us, that leads to complete assimilation into what we think should be this white American idea. But in others, it leads to a juvenile rejection of anything American. But both, while they look like superficial opposites, they are fundamentally white ways of being in the world and relating to oneself and all others. Because either way, what I mean by white is the Baldwinian sense, not in the sense of the literal color of your skin. I'm not talking about biological or whatever people try to tell us, because race is not biological, it's not scientific. It arose as a specific historical category. And white in this sense means when one cuts herself off from the rest of humanity and to abandon our responsibilities to them in the pursuit of our own, I don't put in quotes, upward mobility. The gaining of capital or whatever it is, but that is in essence the American dream as has been packaged to us, to focus on our own selves and our own enrichment monetarily while completely abandoning our purpose and our responsibilities to the rest of humanity, including our fellow Americans. I mean, I would ask why the hell else are Asians so depressed and alienated, especially the young ones. And I want to say that in the free school, I think especially those of us who are young, quote, Asian Americans who came in through this, we strive to be models, we strive to be an alternative for those of us who are struggling to make sense of what it means to be an American, but also how to stand on our civilizational heritage, because I know that I'm just one of millions. This necessarily entails honoring and continuing the legacy of Americans like King and actively contributing to and building a peace movement within this nation. But then now what does that look like? Well, back to my discussion on imperialism, which is what this country's government typifies. Empires themselves acknowledge that there are some key features of their purpose and their operations, which is the wish to dominate entire regions and subjugate peoples in order to gain access to the resources of those regions. And also just this shattering, this fracturing of the social structures. These projects have rarely been in the interest of just one industry or commercial operation, but rather of larger forces clustered around a powerful imperial state, which acts in the interest of the ruling class as a whole. So in other words, imperial projects actually involve substantial planning, and they look for, quote, a return on investment in the longer term. And thus their strategy entails dividing the peoples of the target region so that they cannot combine to build a strong movement to come together. And this is why we emphasize unity so much when we speak of people's movements and the key to the future, because a people's movement, wherever it is, must be organized and it must be unified to resist the particular threat it faces. It also needs to build sufficiently strong social relations to survive imperial assault and to allow the people's aspirations to bear fruit. This requires organization and, most of all, unity. It is not a task for an individualistic or for a consumer-driven society. A genuine people's movement encourages and, in fact, necessitates social participation, including at the emotional, artistic, and material levels. A participatory society, that is, a democracy in the truest sense, is necessary to develop revolutionary social bonds, structures, and capabilities. Fighting the oppressive projects and building a new society forges such qualities in the people. So with that, I know you guys are here to hear about Korea, so I'm gonna bring it back to Korea because I want to really emphasize here that actually a free America will allow for a fully free Korea. And this is also what Baldwin was meaning when he talked about America as being the last white nation. We have to be the last white nation because when we are the last white nation, when the people of this nation overcome whiteness as a concept, we free the rest of the world. The United States is the biggest obstacle to peace on the Korean peninsula. And when we, as a nation and as a people, come together and heal, we open up space for every other nation on this earth to heal and to come together democratically. Because both the US and Korea are nations that are struggling to reunify. We talked about the case of Korea, but in our case, we are a nation that has been fractured by the counter-revolutionary forces of war, empire, and racism in King's formulation. The Korean War, in many ways, actually marked the beginning of the US ruling class's hysterical war-making spree, which in turn severely hindered domestic development and took us here on a very unnatural path. What I'm saying is that actually imperialism is in many ways extremely damaging to the people here. We are fractured, almost just as fractured as many of the people abroad that this country has brutalized. So this is why I want to emphasize we have a lot to learn and to be inspired by Korea, the civilization of peace, because that is what it means, first of all, to be American, is to understand our inheritance, not just as Americans, but as humans. Though Korea's legacy of peace is also our inheritance, no matter what kind of American you are. And as a Korean American, I stand proud of both civilizations, because both are full of revolutionary history and a long people striving for peace, freedom, and democracy. I am doing them right, both of them, by actively being part of a people's movement for peace here in the US, and for all of us to live our lives in service of this. Because by rejecting whiteness, we see the truth and the beauty and also the potential in both Korea and America. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that inspiring words. I'd like to invite our last panelist, Emily, to wrap up the panel discussion before we move to kind of discussion from their presentations.
Good morning, everyone. Part of me just wants to move directly to discussion because the first two presentations were so full of the themes and the spirit of what I'm about to say. When I was asked to speak, I was asked to specifically speak about America. So Anna just talked about Korea and civilization, which kind of had to bring us back to America, which, like King said, and other people have been repeating King's words, is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. But I was asked to speak on America and civilization. What does that really mean? Is America a civilization? Is it something else? Is it an offshoot of Western civilization? Can America be something new? Can it be a new civilization? And I think this is the most important question, because I think the crisis of the time today, it's an existential crisis of America itself. So what I wanted to really say is that I think here in America, we already have the well of spirit and knowledge needed to make a new nation. The American people, drawing upon the enormous experience and goodwill of what W.E.B. Du Bois, who we have right here above King, what W.E.B. Du Bois called the Black proletariat. That is the social and moral force in American history that Martin Luther King Jr. drew upon from Montgomery, Alabama, to Riverside Church in Harlem, all the way until his last struggle in Memphis, Tennessee, where he stood with sanitation workers. It's on this revolutionary history, this revolutionary tradition, that America could make a new nation. And it can, and the American people can and will make a new civilization. And Nuri quoted this in her presentation, and I'd like to quote it in full, but King himself prophesied this in 1955. This is before the whole civil rights movement emerged completely, just when the Montgomery bus boycotts were beginning. But King, when talking to the people of Montgomery as they're about to do the bus boycotts, he prophesied, quote, "If you will protest courageously and yet with dignity and Christian love, when the history books are written in future generations, the historians will have to pause and say, there lived a great people, a Black people, who injected new meaning and dignity into the veins of civilization, this civilization." And like I said, this is the revolutionary history of our country, one that can't be forgotten. And I think it's one purposely and deliberately washed down or erased or refashioned today. Because like Nuri and Anna talked about, when you can erase history, when you can erase the people who made that history, then you can doom a whole civilization. But today, in what may be the greatest crisis that our country, but also the world may face, one of nuclear crisis, an existential crisis, one that may produce another world war, maybe we may need the help of the great knowledge and experience of Korean civilization. And like Anna and Nuri mentioned, the modern philosophy of Juche, developed in the face of an enemy that we ourselves more and more clearly face today, our own government. The war makers without a cause who make war at any human cost. And this is what King ultimately understood. He ultimately understood that Juche concept that Kim Il-sung produced, and that Kim Il-sung meant by Juche, which is a humanism that is necessary and vital to healing a nation while the people build to achieve a nation. And when King traced, this is what I found very interesting. King, when he gave his speech at the Riverside Church, which you could read over and over again, and it feels like you're reading it for the first time, he says, I want to trace directly that there's a direct path you can trace from Montgomery, Alabama to here in Riverside Church, which is to say there's a direct path in the movement for civil rights into the broad human movement for peace, which is the movement for democracy. When he was tracing that direct path from Montgomery to Riverside, he said, I can no longer be silent, and I have to take a stand against the Vietnam War. He said, quote, I am convinced that if we are to get on the right side of the world revolution, we as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. When machines and computers, profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, materialism, and militarism are being conquered. And this is what I think Nuri was saying. She was saying, how do we define modernity? Is modernity simply a technological revolution? with machines, missiles that can facially recognize a leader from another country and then assassinate them? Or is modernity an evolution, a revolution of human values, where human society for once can live in peace across the world? Isn't that modernity? Isn't that the most evolved you could be? And I want to say King was worried. In that speech, he has great concern. He talks about the fierce urgency of now. Because what he's saying is that we can be on the right side of world revolution. Actually, America, the American people belong on that side of world revolution. But he was worried because of the triple evils of war, militarism, racism, and poverty. And he was worried because the violence that was occurring abroad, the violence of the wars in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, all those African countries where Americans assassinated those revolutionary leaders, Libya. He was saying that violence abroad has ripple effects in America. The violence abroad of those soldiers, they bring it home. When youth and children live in a society where war is normalized, does that not encourage a certain viciousness in our own society? What does it mean to bring a child into a society that solves its problems with war, with violence abroad? Not just in the funding, the trillions of dollars spent on weapons meant to kill and suppress other countries. Not just that those trillions of dollars are not meant for social uplift in our own country, which we can see today with inflation, miseducation, lack of education, no programs for children after school, no libraries that are open after 5 p.m. on the weekends either. But it's also what happens to the morals. What are you teaching your children? And so King was worried because he believed that the American people could be on the right side of world revolution. But that the more we continue to be the greatest purveyor of violence abroad, the more that would change the values and culture of our country, that there would be ripple effects. And, you know, this week, the newspapers, including the New York Times, are talking about the 20th anniversary of the Iraq War. And I saw this video that the New York Times published, but it was produced by a documentary maker who, at the time of the Iraq War, was actually capturing footage of the young soldiers who had signed up purposely to go to Iraq because they thought that they were defending their country after the September 11th attacks of 2001. And because it's the 20th anniversary of that war, he went to go find those soldiers he had originally interviewed in 2001. And I watched this 20-minute video of black and white soldiers who looked like they had been in Iraq, and they looked like they were 50 or 60 in their eyes. They looked like they had seen horrible things, which they did. And in the footage from the original footage that they were showing, contrasting with who they are now, you could see how much they had aged because of what they had done in Iraq. And talking about it makes me want to cry, but the thing is that it's not news stories. This is what soldiers after the Vietnam War, and I bet after the Korean War, what they also felt. There was a young white man, now he must be 40-something, from upstate New York. And he and his brother were both in the army, and his brother, he talked about how he asked himself, he was like, I was in gunfire in Iraq, and I asked myself, what the F am I doing here? And his brother eventually committed suicide after 5 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. And he was like, was it worth it? Did this do anything? And then another soldier, he was black, he said, he must have been a lieutenant, I think. He also said, he was like, how could I have gone to Iraq where all these people were looking at me with eyes saying, F you, go the F home. This black soldier was like, there's a picture of me with my knee on an Iraqi man's back. And then years later, what happened with George Floyd, where there's a police officer with his knee on this man's back? He was like, I was the same person. So the violence abroad is not so different than the violence in our society today, which we in Philadelphia know a lot because of the gun violence, the degradation of our communities, the way children aren't educated, not just formally, but informally, the communities that are broken down. In that video, I thought about how, because I was 5 or 6 years old when we went to war in Iraq. And yeah, there was a soldier who even said, he was like, how would you feel if it was 3 a.m. and soldiers from a country that has nothing to do with you is knocking down your door, putting a machine gun to your wife's face, your grandmother's face? And that soldier said, turns out our intel was wrong because this whole war was a lie. And our intel was wrong, so we were knocking on the wrong people's doors. And a whole country to this day thinks to itself, I don't want this democratic system that this country is imposing on us, because if this democratic system produced a military that did this to me, then why would I want that in my own society? And this was what King was worried about. He said back in 1967 at Riverside Church, he said, when will be too late for us to act? And he talked about, he was like, if America's autopsy will say Vietnam. And what I want to say today is, will we let America's autopsy include not just Vietnam, Korea, all those African countries, Syria, Iran, Iraq, Libya, but are we going to let them add North Korea, China, Russia? Will we let them add America's own name? And so this is the time, like King said, he never lost hope in the American people. He said, we belong on the right side of the world revolution because we have a revolutionary history, a tradition. He said, it's time for us, the American people, to reclaim that tradition, but also make a new identity for America, one that the people want, not of violence and war, but a real democracy, a new democracy. Our only hope is to go into a sometimes hostile world and declare eternal hostility to poverty, racism, and militarism. Our only hope is to recapture, like I said, that revolutionary tradition and spirit, to rely on the knowledge and experience of Korean civilization, of human societies across the world who have also faced the greatest purveyor of violence, but who are making new human relations, who won't give up on their own humanity. That's something that we can rely on in our darkest moments. We're not alone. And to do so, it brings us back to our American leaders, Martin Luther King Jr., W.E.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson, all of whom Nuri and Anna talked about, and I'm thankful that they read all those beautiful quotes by them. But I want to return back to King because it is especially King, his vision, his ideas, his life, his contribution that shows me to love China, where my ancestors come from, and America. Like Anna, I'm American. I was born in America, but I descend from Chinese civilization. My grandfather, he's Chinese. My parents, they're Chinese. I don't have to hate China to love America, to be American. I do not have to hate Korea to be American. I do not have to hate myself to be in this country, to love this country, to fight for this country. To do so, to love both is to love humanity. And that's something I won't give up on. This is the love where America belongs. And like King said, nonviolence, Christian love, this deep, overwhelming love for humanity, that is the sword that heals. It is what heals and frees the American people to achieve something new, a new nation, one they deserve, and allows America to rejoin humanity, and allows all the American people to once again rejoin humanity, where we belong in the great march for a new world with everyone else. And I want to end with this poem by Langston Hughes, a part of his poem where he said, "Oh yes, I say it plain, America never was America to me, and yet I swear this oath, America will be." Thank you.
We're gonna start the discussion from our panelists in our panel. Thank you. Yeah, I did want to begin though with the. I just wanted to say thank you to the panelists who just spoke. I want to thank Emily for always bringing it present, a presence of mind, because as much as King might be of the past or might be years ago, he's right next to all of us and in all of our hearts. His words have meaning for today. I want to thank Anna for bringing democracy, or the fact that democracy can be alive, into our hearts and soul, to the question of who are we to become? Who is it that we listen to? And what are we responsible for? And I also like to thank Nuri for bringing up the question of civilization, meaning and asking all of us to think about what it is that we stand by and why. And there are a lot of, kind of questions that I have, and there's a lot of discussion that could be attained just from this panel alone. And two things else that I do want to highlight is, what is the free school, the Saturday Free School for Philosophy and Black Liberation, and what it does? Because why do we, in this panel, need to understand or bring up civilization to think about? Why is it important? Why do we want to define what is acceptable versus what is not as acceptable anymore for our society? And what particularly is the philosophical framework? What is the way in which that we're emphasizing King, Paul Robeson, and James Baldwin? And why is that important for us to understand Korea? And apropos, back to Anna's presentation, why is that, or the ideological preparation? Because, your presentation reminded me of the moment that maybe Kathy had brought up in explaining the exhibition, or maybe Doc had also mentioned this. When the Koreans were bombed, they had built shelters in caves and in tunnels, but when they were able to finally reach above land, they built society again. What were they doing in the caves? And I think the ideological preparation is almost paramount and is foremost to any world peace movement that it is that you brought up in your presentation. And that is the essential quality that we're beginning to talk about. What do we need to know to understand what a world peace movement is and could look like? So I wanted to start out with those questions, if people could respond, and then we'll move on to the audience, because we could open up the dialogue in that way. Well, I had started out with a lot of questions, and I wanted you guys to just pick from what you wanted to say and respond to that. I wasn't having one question in particular in that. What I mean is that there is a lot that we're doing in this panel, and the things that we're doing is defining, in particular, why the world really should be built upon man, the human being, instead of imperialism. And we're moving away from the white social system towards or back to humanity. Like, revolution is like something that moves in a circle. And similar to like Martin Luther King's The Arc of the Moral History Bends Toward Justice. Well, what is that arc in which, so I think, this panel in particular in asking the question of civilization, for one, it asks, us all to think about what is it that we find important? What history do we, as a human beings, stand upon? And like Anna was pointing out in her presentation, and how you also mentioned, Emily, I don't have to hate North Korea to love America. I don't have to hate China, and so on. I don't have to hate myself to love, or be told what to think. Why is that important for today, and why do we bring up civilization to start talking about? So then Doc can come up and also answer, but that's fine. It's fine. But yeah, this question is also open to the audience, so we can discuss it if you want to.
Okay. Okay, so just to start us off, so actually one of the things that we were envisioning with this event was obviously, yes, to talk about Korea as a very concrete case study, but actually one of the things that we did envision was to share the worldview, not just the ideas, but actually the entire worldview, like the assumptions, the way of thinking from the free school. Because I think, in the past, when I've been sharing ideas from the free school with other people in my life, oftentimes a lot of them ask questions such as like, oh, why do you guys talk about civilization? Or, oh, for example, is American synonymous with white? Or, things that kind of, questions that are of, about assumptions, like in nature. And I think as the free school over the years, we have collectively worked to define certain key ideas, concepts, and terms. And with this event, we want to share them. We want to explain them in a way that other people can easily grasp and apply to their own lives and to their own worldviews, because we find them to be so emancipatory and truthful and so key in explaining and making sense of the world as it is right now. And yeah, I think we just have no choice but to share them. And I think we have worked a lot in the preparation for this. It's like, wow, okay, like how do we actually address this to people? How do we actually share this to the people in a way that makes sense? Yeah, so I think just like to start off the discussion, that's why we wanted to talk about civilization specifically, for example, because we had been talking about civilization in many ways for the past couple of years, but now I think now we've actually defined it and we want to take a stance. It's like, this is what we mean by civilization. We're not going to cede the word to reactionary forces because it actually means something, and it's something truthful, and it has emancipatory and liberatory power for us today, for humans today. So yeah, I guess that's how I would start.
Yeah, because I think the word civilization, like when I said that it has baggage, I think many people want to shy away from the term. Like I think people think it can mean, ethno-nationalism or all of these things. Basically, I actually got some, personal messages in response to the event where someone was saying like, oh, essentially what they're saying is civilization is not a PC term. Like it's not politically correct to use. And I don't think that we can let the terms of our struggle be defined by people who just want to use words in certain ways. Like the fact is, things have meaning to us. Like things have meaning to the people. I'm not willing to give that up. And when Anna was saying that civilization has a potentially emancipatory tone to it, it's that there's a spirit of optimism that you can see in it. We've made it this far. We can't be wiped out by nuclear war. We can go further. Like it's a mistake to think that this is like the furthest that humanity can go. Like, I really believe that we can learn to live together in peace, that that's the accomplishment and that's the achievement that we need today. And I think we have to think of it not really so much in terms of conflicts of different civilizations, but actually like human civilization. The fact that like we came out of Africa, we established these different groups, and we've spread across the world, but now we have to come together. And I feel like America too, like America is like also a world house. Like when we say the capacity or the possibility of synthesizing world civilization, it's something that is actually, I think, just really right for this moment. And yeah, so I think that's another thing that I do want to clarify, which is that we're not saying civilization because we're like, oh, like let's go back. Like let's go back to a time when things were simpler. Let's go back into our like tribal groups or something. We're saying civilization because there is such a thing as human history. And we have to be able to imagine that for the future in new ways. So yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, my point was going to be the same as Nuri's actually, which always happens, I think. I was going to say also, like, I was one of those people at first when you were like, will you be on the civilization panel? I was like, why does civilization matter? Or because I was just like, well, I don't know if America and civilization mixes. But then the thing is that if you change the way you understand, it actually completely changes your understanding of your role in America if you see it in terms of civilization. Because first of all, like hearing Nuri and Anna speak, there's something so important about calling out the fact that people, when you say civilization, they think what you mean is something primitive, something ancient, something primitive. But actually that's not really civilization. But it is true that civilization is acknowledging there's something powerful called history, and you have to reckon with it, and you have to build on it. Because to do that means that you are not an individual or even a small section of something. You belong to something greater, and you have a responsibility to something greater. So for example, if you take up civilization, to even say, for example, what I said in my presentation, like here in America, we have a duty and a blessing to build a new civilization that changes the way even youth could even view their role in this country. It imbues them with something greater than themselves, rather than just individual celebrity or individual accomplishment, or even simply American accomplishment, which I think a lot of youth are very like unhappy with. I think a lot of like young people today like think that to talk about America is nationalistic, like bad patriotism. But instead it's much more similar to King or even Langston Hughes. This thing of like, I'm here to build a new civilization. And there's something also important about what Robeson said, where civilization is only produced as something positive, something creative, rather than something reactionary or responsive, which is why white supremacy, a society built on white supremacy, is doomed to die, not to be born into a civilization, because white supremacy is simply a reaction to the creation of something black, something inferior. White supremacy can never be positive, it can never be creative, which is also why Du Bois said that in America, the history of America, the only things that have been creative, have been from the African American people, the songs, the ideas, and then that can be a guide for the whole American people to create something, to rejoin humanity in this creative march forward. So yeah, I just want to thank Nuri and Anna, because I think they really, for me, carried me forward in understanding how important civilization is to even think about something like America, like such a complex problem.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight that question because another thing about civilization is that, or like the word civilization and what it might cause people to respond, is that it has nothing to do with politics. And I only say that because I think in the Saturday Free School, we're dealing with what you've already said, building a new, trying to achieve, we march to achieve our new nation, a new nation. And in doing so, we're assessing, constantly assessing and studying, seeing the world situation, and being ever present with the words of King and Du Bois. But if I can open it up to the audience, if anybody else has any questions, they can come up to the microphone.
Hi, first of all, thank you very much. That was fabulous. I just want to address the role that the youth plays in this. Oops, I don't know if you can hear me. The youth plays in this, and in particular, youth exchange. Because I think a lot of young people who live in this society don't have an understanding of a reality of how it might be to live in a different way. They just don't have any concrete understanding of that. I'm German, and I went to a summer camp when I was 12, and there was a group of young pioneers from Romania, and I remember thinking, why is it that they are organized in such a different way? Why are they having more fun? Why are they camp counselors teaching the things that we're not being taught? And again, it's just you start asking questions when you see how things are done differently, and you don't necessarily start by saying, oh, they have a different political system. What is that like? It's just the reality of how they coexist seemed so different, and I thought, why can't I have that? So I guess my question is, and it seems unrealistic, to have a more contact between Korea and this country in terms of a youth exchange. But I have a feeling if they were young Americans going to North Korea in that sort of a format, they would also ask, why can't we have that? So I don't know what your thoughts are in terms of what we can do to help with those sorts of opportunities, because I think they really are life-changing, or they can be life-changing.
I'm trying to think how to concretely answer the question, so I might be a little all over the place. But I guess actually, so first of all, for the past couple months, I had also been watching a lot of stuff about North Korea, and my mind was so blown. It really was, because once you get past all of like these ideological blinders that this country has put on you, you just, like, your mouth just drops. I don't know how else to put it, because I mean, even as we saw last night, this idea of like every Friday afternoon, all of the students and all of the office workers actually get together and do something like build a highway. Imagine if all these young, like, alienated students, the kinds that I came up with, imagine if all of them, or like these office workers who work their dead-end office jobs, imagine if they actually had a chance to work like with their hands for something purposeful. Imagine what that would do to somebody's consciousness and someone's sense of purpose. I think this is something that especially young people struggle with, is just a lack of a sense of purpose. And if young people could see a society like North Korea, where every individual lives with just such a sense of purpose and such a sense of, this is what my role this is how I like affect the world. My actions, my upholding of this system actually means something for the world. Imagine if every American had the exact same mentality, because the fact is, our actions as Americans do have a tremendous impact in the world, but we don't live our lives like that. And I think it's true that so many of us don't even think that we have that responsibility. It's because the way of thinking, the worldview that has been forced upon us, it completely precludes seeing the world in that way. I mean, I think even in kind of a micro example, I think the free school showed me completely different ways of being. Well, because first of all, I think young people need to get offline in many ways. I mean, I'm someone who spent a lot of my young years like on like random corners of the internet, and and the thing is that like if you looked at the state of online leftism, or if you looked at the state of how people conduct themselves online, it is so pessimistic. It's so depressing. I mean, I don't have to go into details, but I think many people, and for other people who are older, I'll spare you, but I think I really believe that for young people to come together and to be in a space where your mind opens up to the possibility, wait, I don't have to live my life in a self-serving way. I don't have to live my life that just focuses on my career or that draws inward entirely. I can live my life in a way that actually my horizon gets lifted. I can do something. I can actively contribute to the making of a new nation, to uniting the American people, to actually overcoming something like imperialism or racism. I mean, just that model of living your life in a completely different way and having relationships with other people that are founded on that same purpose and that same like social relations. I think it really does something to you as a young person. I'm trying to remember where else I was going with this. But yeah, I mean, as to how, this is really hard because I think actually with the advent of social media and online, in-person spaces have really been killed. They've suffered so much, and as a result, young people go down with that. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, at the moment, I would say just to get offline and come to things like these. But the thing is, we can't just get all 330 million Americans to come. But but the idea would be that people would create something like this on their own, because I think people do, like, and no matter how much they've been killed or jaded inside, I think people do have a hunger for something like this. But yeah.
Yeah, because I think part of it is that in the case of North Korea, the United States doesn't have diplomatic relations, so it's actually very difficult to travel there. And travel, I think, recently has been banned, which is very difficult. There have been groups that have been doing youth trips, exactly what you described, I guess of Korean Americans and also Americans. But I think also the thing is that the North Korea is wary of letting too many like Western tourists in, because I guess there's, you know, a precedent of disrespect, and actually trying to say like all these, actually if you look up like North Korea YouTube videos, it's all just like, oh, like I went undercover into North Korea and snuck out and I'm showing you how repressive of a society it is. And that's all you get on like 6 different YouTube page searches. But recently we had found this like Chinese tourist group that has gone to North Korea, and they have like a long playlist of just interviewing, like talking with different people, ordinary people, and you really get a sense of modern society and like the thoughts of people, and that's also why we had wanted to screen the documentary that we did yesterday, because you can see North Korea from the perspective of Americans, and not in a way that means that you have to accept everything or immediately adopt it as your own, but to at least have, I think, the presence of mind and like the openness to want to know, to want to engage, and to want to understand, to absorb. And I think that's also basically what the free school is trying to do. Like, we believe that the American people, so long, like we've been separated into our own little groups, but the American people are curious. I think people want to know and to come together and be one. Like yesterday night, there was this nice older couple who came, and the man had served in Korea, not during the Korean War, but during the Vietnam War. And he had been in Korea for just 1 year, and in that 1 year, he like learned how to read Korean. He would go running and like talk with the locals, and he knew how to sing like the song. It's called Arirang, and it's like the song of the people, but it's basically like singing to your beloved, saying like, if you leave me, like you won't be able to leave me. We have to be together. And it was amazing to me that this happened probably like 40 years ago in his life, and he still carried that with him. He said he saw a poster for our event like about an hour before he arrived, and he and his partner were like, oh, we have to go right now. We have to come. And yeah, I think the thing is that things like this, like events like this, just are not as easy to come by. They're suppressed, and there's, I feel like, an assumption that people won't want this. But I think people do, and they deserve to know. And it's only through knowing that we can actually act responsibly and with our full capacity. So.
Yeah, I mean, and also to clarify, like, events like these are difficult to create, because and why I had questions about the framework, the philosophical framework that we're coming from, the ideological stance that we take, is something that we at the Free School have come to define and are constantly working on. And But that's the thing that is also obscured, the ideological components of anything. And that's because of anti-communism. That's because of war. And I think that these events, to answer the question directly, should be had, but it takes a particular stance that must be taken, which is also something that is hard to do. One, because if you take, for example, this event, Koreans don't talk about Korea at all. They've also been blocked off from knowing themselves. And that touches a core in me because I didn't know King, Baldwin, in the same way that I do now, even though I'm from this country that they're from. And there are problems with that, and there's a reason for that. So what also has to be had is this kind of excavation of the truth. And the fact that we stand by this history means that we're taking a responsibility of knowing it. And, kind of knowing the history, standing by it has an effect, meaning that we're saying things that people don't want us to say, which is that we are actually and should be friends with North Korea, and the Korea should be reunited. We should be friends with China and Russia because they're part of the world, and we believe that Martin Luther King is right in saying that the world should be a beloved community. We should also know King, even though he stood for what was actually right, and that costed his life. It's costed many lives. But the fact is that we don't want any more genocides to be the rule in which this world, sways. We want truth to be that axis. And so it takes a certain heart, a certain presence of who we are as human beings, which is what I mean by my question, is what do we stand by and why? And that's the axis in which all these events should occur by. And it could quite seem that this event was done simply. Oh, there was just a group of Koreans who wanted to celebrate Korea. Well, no. There is a transformation that occurs when studying North Korea and when saying that Kim Il-sung, that he was in step with Martin Luther King. And that is something that I should be proud of. And these are the questions that I think that the Civilization panel is also dealing with. The revolution of values. Changing the values from a white social system to humanity. And that's what I think is another difficulty in having these events. But it's also what is the opportunity of having these events, because we're dealing with changing the lives of everyday people.
That's actually a good setup for my question. So we've established at this event and other events that revolutionary thought and philosophy is necessary to move forward. And I was wondering if you guys saw any connection between the philosophy of King and Du Bois and the Juche philosophy as you've been studying this, or if you see any opportunity for synthesis between these two revolutionary philosophies, American and Korean.
Okay, I just got the mic handed to me, so. Okay, actually, so your question reminded me of something that I thought about and mentioned, actually in reading group a couple of weeks ago. Because we were reading Kim Jong-il's work on Juche, and he defines philosophically what it is. And maybe I can share it later because it's so impressive to read. But what struck me first of all is actually how optimistic it is about human nature, because he takes a stance on the issue of free will. He says that human is the master of our destiny and of the world's destiny, and that humans are social and creative beings, and that he goes in, I'm not going to go into all the details of it right now, but what he is essentially saying is that we are not trapped by certain, quote, like laws or limitations of history or human nature. Anything can be overcome dialectically. And to read that is so optimistic and so empowering, and it actually reminded me in certain ways of King's speech or his sermon. It's called My Pilgrimage to Nonviolence. And in one of the one of the iterations that he gave, he actually talks about all of the philosophers that he had read, Eastern and Western, and he talks about Marx, and he said, I love Marx, but he said the one thing that he had a problem with, like as a Christian, was that it was too liable to be read in a way that could lend itself to like economic determinism, which is basically that human behavior can become trapped by or overdetermined by laws of economics and and how that and what that says or could say about human behavior. And he said, I believe as a Christian that there is a piece of God in every human, and that humans actually can make a choice of what is right regardless of their economic situation. And actually I found that to be in perfect synthesis with Juche. Because Kim Jong-il actually wrote, he said, this is, like, we're building on, in many ways, the principles of Marxism-Leninism, but Juche actually responds to a completely different set of questions. Marxism-Leninism, a lot of those principles deal with the economy and with the material world. And that's good. Like, that's a huge contribution that they made. But he said with Juche, we're dealing with the questions of the laws of social development, of society, of humans. And that's just something that, a lot of orthodox readings of Marxism-Leninism just can't answer. We're asking and answering different sets of questions. And that I felt actually touched for me the same way of King. But yeah, if someone else wants to elaborate on that.
Well, thanks for asking that question, Blaze, because I feel like I was trying to do it in my presentation where I was like, I'm going to quote King's World House, and then I'm going to talk about Juche very, very briefly. Because I think the thing is, like, in the exhibit too, we tried to show it in Reconstruction, the Reconstruction section post-war, where Kim Il-sung is the father of, like, the new Korean nation. Like, he's recognized by the people. That's why he's so beloved. And I think in the documentary too, like, there's a way as an American where you can look at it and you'd be like, why? Like, why do they have so much loyalty? Why do they love him so much? Like, why is he so, like, what's so great about him? But the thing is that there is such a thing as leadership. Like, there is such a thing as leadership that I think can pave the way for actually, like, the transformation of a whole people, and a whole people united under certain values, certain principles. And with Kim Il-sung, like, he did that for Korea. He said, no, we can be free. Like, we're not going back. We're definitely not going back to Japanese imperialism. We're not going to succumb to American imperialism. We're going to liberate our homeland, and we're going to live free. We're going to do it. Even if our whole cities get bombed, even if all of these people become orphaned, like, we can do it and we can rise again. And when people are remembering Kim Il-sung, they're not just thinking like, wow, he was such a great guy, like, I love his face. They're thinking like, he represents our striving, he represents what we can do. And the thing is that King too means that for so many Americans. Like, King really touched all of us, and like, I feel like we want to live according to the way, like, he said was right. But the thing is that, like, what would our country look like if we actually put King at the center? Like, instead of, like, we do have a Martin Luther King Day, we have so many boulevards named after him, but what if we actually integrated Martin Luther King Jr. into, like, our conscience, into our being, into our everyday life, to, like, actually live out the love ethic and make the beloved community? I feel like that's, like, what I get from North Korea, and also, like, the relationship between Kim Il-sung and Martin Luther King. Like, it's not just the ideas, it's the ideas and how, like, what really they mean to the people. And I think that's where the possibility lies.
I really hate coming up here sometimes, but I'm gonna do it anyway. First of all, I wanna say I love the panel, I love everything that's going on. Second of all, I wanted to talk about Martin Luther King Jr. and about how as a young person in high school, mostly what I learned is, I have a dream speech and it's quizzes and that says about it. But as much as I learned coming to the free school, it mostly opens my eyes to the world and how long I've been living basically a lie of my life. And so it's like, I agree with Anna when she said a lot of young people have to get off online, because I can tell you from a point standard, online pictures and photos is never real, and the conflict that comes from being online really damages your brain. So definitely need to get offline more. But for one thing, when you speak about civilization and you speak about the people in the civilization, it doesn't only come at you as some type of you shouldn't care, which you should. When we talk about civilizations here at the free school, it really opens up a whole new jar of, well, what can we do to make this change, and how can we do it? But it's also about the actions we need to take and how we take them, because a lot of things could be solved if we took the right actions. So with North Korea and South Korea becoming their own country and freedom, we can do that here in America, and we can do that for the rest of the world if we take the right steps and if we get people to come to events like this to see how much damage our society is doing to us. Because in all reality, we are still at war, not only with ourselves, but with our own community and neighbors. With gun violence and hate crimes, we are also at war with ourselves. Like Yuri said, we don't have to hate ourselves or put ourselves down to love other people or to love our own country, our own states. But it's about the people who have more power over us, which takes over everything, and it destroys our societies. So personally, what I think, this is an opinion, what I think is believing to put the right actions in use. We can talk about how great peacemakers are and how wonderful they are and what they did, but at the end of the day, that cost them their lives, and we have so many people here living their lives. Why not live out the rest of their lives for them? Yeah. So that's all I really wanted to say, but yeah. Oh man, no.
So ladies, I just want to say thank you, because you put a lot of stuff in perspective. You demystified North Korea and the problems between the North and the South created by the United States. And here, the four of you sat up here and quoted King and Du Bois and Robeson. And that's very significant when we're talking about peace and unification, and to have three Asian American, one Chinese descent, one from South Korea, and one Korean American, and of course an African American, all four of you speaking about the crisis in American civilization brought about by imperialism. And what imperialism not just does for this country, because when you say that the United States is the purveyor of violence, in the world, and then you look at the streets of Philadelphia with our young people shooting each other, there is a connection there, and that connection is not talked about. Instead, they talk about stop and frisk, something that they would do perhaps in South Korea if you were on the wrong side of that ideology. they would stop you and give you a hard time. So these are things that are imported from this country that makes South Korea subjected to American neocolonialism, because South Korea is a colony. And I also wanted to say that when you talked about North Korea and what they did with that society to rebuild it, made me think about Vietnam, it made me think about Cuba, and what was made possible, unfortunately, because they were isolated from the United States. And even though these isolations are bad for the people themselves, it gives them the will and determination, the fortitude, and the creativity to build within. And that's something we can take, from North Korea. The unification of North and South Korea, very, very important. And I think that you helped us to understand that. And you also helped us to understand modernity, right? What is that? What is that? But you said that it's not based on technological advancements, but the advancement of humanity and a culture that produces humanity. So, ladies, thank you. This was really enlightening for me.
With that, thank you, Catherine. We'd like to break now for our lunch. And yeah, is there anything else you wanted to say?
So we're going to have lunch, and then in a bit we're going to have the wonderful drum and dance performances by the Korean School of Southern New Jersey, who have been trickling up. So if we can get our food and then start eating, the performance is going to start promptly at 1:30. So thank you, everybody.
Hello. Is Hello, everyone. Could I get people's attention, please? I hope everyone's enjoying their lunch, their excellent Korean lunch that we prepared for you all. So we're about to be treated to a very special performance from the Korean School of Southern New Jersey. They performed with us at the Free School a few times. They've always been a great hit. You're welcome to keep eating, but if you would like the best seats in town to watch this performance, we invite you to return to the main seating area, and if you need to keep eating afterwards, you can go back to the tables. But we're going to start the performances in a minute or so. But thank you so much. Sorry, I forgot to add. So we're going to have 3 performances today. The first of which is going to be a flower dance, followed by a peony dance, and then drumming performance. So there'll be 3 performances in total, but we'll start right now with the flower dance. Thank you. Testing. Let's have, oh, is that okay? Yeah. Let's have another round of applause for the Korean School of Southern New Jersey. Woo! Could we get all of the performers to come to the stage so we can take a picture, if that's okay? Could we get all of the performers to come to the center of the stage so we can take a photo? Can we take a photo in the? No. Thank you. We need to set up for the. I know we're all feeling very pumped up and exhilarated right now. And with that energy, we're going to transition into the second panel of the day. And we're just going to take a few minutes to get set up for the second panel. But if you haven't had a chance to get seconds, you're welcome to visit the food table, bring some food back to your seat, and we'll get started with the second panel shortly.
You need what?
36. Because.
I'm gonna leave this here. My favorites is also King's concept of tough-mindedness and tender-heartedness, that those are the two pieces of an individual, where there is the consciousness to know what is right, to know what is wrong, but there's also the heart piece. And I say that to say, you know, starting this presentation, or in my research for this presentation, I was really scared because I didn't, well, one, there was a lot of knowledge that I needed to learn. There's not much that I knew about South Korea prior to the free school. But also, what if what I found was not what I was hoping for? And what I was hoping for in the sense that, what if the Korean people just gave in to imperialism? What if that was accepted and continues to today? And so I was scared in that process. I was looking for good, and I was looking for people who did fight back. But I also wanted to be biased. And for those who have heard about Du Bois, that's also his frame of reference, where he believed in good, but he also wanted to follow facts, follow the reasoning, and not see things where they didn't exist. But I think in Du Bois's research, but also in the free school and also in studying for this presentation, I think I found what in the free school I'd hoped for. And I wanted to share some of that with everyone today. So the South Korean democratization movement typically refers to the period of the 1970s and 1980s that led to the removal of the successive military dictators Park Chung-hee and Chun Do-hwan. However, in order to understand its emergence and its true significance and its contributions to new meaning of democracy for both Korea and the world, it is important to contextualize it with the decades that came before. And earlier panelists in the day had spoken to these pieces, and so we'll revisit some of them. So following the surrender of Japan in 1945 at the end of World War II, people throughout Korea whose land and natural resources of their motherland had been taken, labor had been exploited, and culture had been banned, began to mobilize en masse and form people's committees to govern, to redistribute land, to establish labor laws, to educate old and young. But when the Korean peninsula was artificially divided at the 38th parallel by 2 US Army colonels, the Korean people were not consulted nor considered. And the line was anything but natural. It didn't follow rivers or mountains, but Seoul, just 50 kilometers south, fell under American trusteeship, which was what the US had wanted. With this division, the US, preferring land owning and elite rule, dismantled the people's committees. And despite protests of both leaders in the North and South during the National Conference in Pyongyang in 1948, the US, hiding behind the guise of the United Nations, carried out separate elections. Syngman Rhee was placed into power. He preserved the political and economic rule of the traditional land-owning elite, who had often collaborated with Japan, and he brutally beat down uprisings. Almost a year ago from this day, March 12th, 2022, Do, our friend and fellow member of the Saturday Free School, described the unity and struggle of the Korean people in those times. He said in his presentation entitled, "The Korean War, a United People's War Against Imperialism," quote, "Though this history is long, complex, and the details highly debated, often influenced by much propaganda, the driving question is, what side were the Korean people on? What were the Korean people striving for? We see a people eager to build their nation from the ground up through their efforts to organize village committees, to govern and to teach their children. We see a people united across the political spectrum, despite their differences, in imposing the US-sanctioned elections south of the 38th parallel, in favor of a process that would genuinely represent the will of the independent Korean people. We see a people enduring the unprecedented scale of bombings by the US, driven by their determination to build their nation. The Korean War was not a civil war, but rather a war of a united Korean people fighting against imperialism, end quote. The South Korean democratization movement of the 70s and 80s is immensely difficult to understand. Yet it becomes easier when we can see it as an existential battle of the Korean people against imperialism and for the independence and reunification following the suppression of earlier unfulfilled democratic strivings, as represented by the People's Committees and the struggle against Japan. The essence of the Syngman Rhee, Park Chung-hee, and Chun Doo-hwan presidencies were the same. They adopted an anti-communism that vilified North Korea and accused all forms of political and economic organizing and resistance as communist and unpatriotic. They were backed by US military rule, which came out of the 1953 Mutual Defense Treaty that committed US troops to South Korea and gave the US direct control of the South Korean army. They exploited the agricultural and industrial working class in favor of large corporations and US capital. The Gwangju Uprising in 1980, if known, is remembered for illegitimate jailing, torture, and massacre of students, journalists, and everyday people, and as an antecedent to the removal of Chun Doo-hwan. It was a great tragedy. Sons and daughters, mothers and fathers were killed. Family homes and businesses were destroyed. It was a great accomplishment of the people for a corrupt and anti-Korean Chun Doo-hwan to be forced out of power. Yet Gwangju was much more complex. It wasn't just about Gwangju. It represented a heightened consciousness and activity of the broad masses of Korean people. Students, teachers, farmers, miners, taxi drivers, religious leaders in Seoul, Busan, Daegu, Naju. So I'm learning my Korean, so I'm trying to get the pronunciation, but hopefully it's close. Mokpo, Hwasun, Haenam led demonstrations and strikes. They formed labor unions, student councils, and worker societies. They demanded direct presidential elections, constitutional amendments, an independent education system, labor rights, an end to US occupation, an end to unlimited US agricultural imports. Imperialism had affected the broad masses of society. And as I said, I guess, in my introduction, I was looking to see if there was a fight back. And this represented it in terms of the numbers or the people that it impacted across the broad spectrum of society, the demands that they had, even understanding what those demands were. Chief to the Korean people's demand for democracy was national sovereignty and reunification. Korea had been colonized just 2 generations ago by Japan. An American presence signaled a new imperialism. The US approved Chun Doo-hwan's request to release troops from the demilitarized zone towards the Gwangju massacre. Hwan Sok-young writes in Gwangju Diary, quote, "A seamless web of democratic and republic officials backed Chun's usurpation of power, beginning with Carter, Holbrooke, Brzezinski, and ending with a newly inaugurated Ronald Reagan, who feted or praised Chun at the White House in February 1981 for, quote, the new era he had created. By that time, at least 15,000 dissidents were detained. It didn't help that the American presence was often marked by racism towards Koreans, whether on military bases, among the US multinationals doing business there, or in the embassy entourage. The inevitable result of these factors was all too apparent in the 1980s. Anti-Americanism became so bad that few Americans could walk the streets of Seoul without fear of insult, calumny, or worse, end quote. Anti-American sentiment was affirmed by the occupation, attack, and arson of the US information centers in Gwangju, Daegu, and Busan, respectively, in the 1980s. Reunification was embodied by figures such as Pastor Mooney Kwan and student Im Soo-kyun, who both visited North Korea and met Kim Il-sung in 1989, and were later jailed upon their return. So actually our exhibit touches upon these two figures, who they were, and some of the activities they engaged in when they were in North Korea. And these two figures, Moon Hee-kwon and Im Suk-young, they're old and young. They were not communists, as loaded, as simple as the word is, but they were also not anti-communist. They saw that peace and reunification were inseparable from the issue of democracy, as the people had been demanding, and they were not alone. At the 1989 13th World Festival of Youth and Students that Im Suk-young attended, 180 countries participated in festivities such as parades, films, dance, and art. It actually reminded me a lot of a free school event, or what we're attempting. And they discussed disarmament, dissolution of military blocs, and the withdrawal of imperialist military bases. It was at this festival that Im Suk-young made a joint declaration of youth and students in North and South for independent and peaceful reunification of the country, and received support from peers of the Korean diaspora, Cuba, and others. This is significant. Young people coming together, doing away with the culture of war, hopeful in creating a culture of peace. That's actually from Doe. The seriousness, the optimism, the joy. I'll never forget what Im Suk-young said in her speech at the festival. She said, "I'll dedicate my youth and all my energies to reunification. Father, we can never live in a divided country. Mother, we would like to live in a unified country." Something that I realized when listening to those words is that it resonated deeply with both the Asian or the Chinese and American sides to me. You know, understanding what exactly is the impetus behind reunification. And as people had been talking to previously, you know, there's the political and system workings that will have to eventually be figured out. But first and foremost is actually the human element. Never before have people been divided in the way that Korea has been. How does it make sense that people who are once family, blood relation family, are unable to see each other? And that hits very deeply for me because, as Du Bois said, it is true. In Asian cultures, there is an emphasis on family loyalty. So what happens when that breaks down? And so in hearing these words, I could hear the deep pain that she had been speaking to for not just her and her family, but also the many millions, as Anna had spoken to earlier as well. But there was also another part, which is the American side, and the side that I've inherited from the free school and the civil rights movement and figures like King and Du Bois, which was this idea of unification. You know, it's different wording, but it reminded me of our banner and our slogan for, you know, the future, which is "We march to achieve our nation." All of us have come to America from different paths and places, and we have had our divisions. But what we believe is that we have also had a tradition towards unification, towards coming together, uniting around principles. And this is most common amongst just the everyday masses of people. You know, in free school, we talk about how just decades ago, people couldn't sit together. You know, this morning I was with a bunch of members from the free school at Reading Terminal, and someone was sitting next to me, and I asked him, he was a little bit older, black, and I asked him, "Oh, like, have you been coming to this place for some time?" And he was like, "Yes, for 30 years. And, you know, we like going to that place because the people there, they're very nice. So I asked him, "Have they always been this nice here?" And they said, he said no. And then I remembered it wasn't always this way that black people could sit in the same places as white people. It wasn't, I mean, even for probably Asians, extending to Asians as well. But the country is changing, and the fact that all of us can come together in a place like Reading Terminal or in a place like here shows that there is unity. There is a path towards unity of people, all people in this country. And I think that brings us to the crux of what we're trying to say through this event, which is that in America, there is this tradition that we build upon. One, in speaking against our government who divides people across nations. You know, this idea of Asians against Asians. But it's figures like Du Bois and Robeson that speak to the opposite, that speak out against it. Denouncing the Korean intervention, Robeson said, "The working masses of America stand for life, not death. We stand for the right of peoples to determine their own destinies. The people of the world are soberly determined that they shall have peace and the people shall prevail. It falls upon our shoulders here in the United States to halt our government's intervention on behalf of the corrupt regime." This pain that I was referring to earlier, I think in looking into South Korea, also showed me actually the deep pain also of America, of people that should be together but are divided, of people that should be working with one another to build their country, instead not being together. And that happens to the troops that Emily was referring to. You know, what are we doing abroad? There's work to be done here. There's so much poverty, violence, crime, ignorance. And that represents so much power as well. You know, at the Free School, we've been visiting churches a lot too. Churches are places where people come together, organize, but churches specifically in the tradition of liberation theology, of Jesus representing someone who led the oppressed, someone who stood for the oppressed. And one of these churches, actually, our good friends at the Church of the Overcomer, when we visited them last, told the story of David and Goliath. You know, David was not meant to fight Goliath, much smaller, wasn't trained. But none of his brothers wanted to fight. Goliath was too big. And that story was told by Pastor Keith because there was a lesson for us to learn. What is the Goliath in our society right now? And that's why I think we emphasize this idea of youth too, that they can fight a Goliath. And what does it mean for us who are older, who tell, I mean, I'm not that old, but who tell younger people that you can fight this Goliath, that you can't imagine a future where it is better, where there is no war? What happens to children? And, you know, Pastor Keith talked about Goliath in the sense that we all have a Goliath that we're fighting against. And Goliath might seem big in terms of, you know, in present times of economic or military or political power. But actually, David is not that small once he takes up a cause. Because when people come together, they're able to beat that Goliath. And I think that's what the Korean people represent to me. You know, brutally massacred, and it's almost wild, actually, in terms of the brutality that these people faced. For the past 2 weeks, I was on the verge of breaking down. And I think it fostered a coldness in me. Because I think in order to take on such tragedy, people close themselves off, don't see things. But actually, in seeing this pain, we're able to work through it together. You know, as Baldwin says, you think your troubles, your worries are unique until you read and see the world. And I think that's the spirit that we wanted to march forward together with. Thank you. Thanks, Alice, for that presentation. So, as was mentioned in the introduction for this panel, we're going to be talking about North Korea and South Korea. So, I'm here to talk to you today about North Korea, its history, its unique social relations,
and ultimately why this country matters to us here in America. As you can see, we're talking a lot about America in this event and not just about Korea. But yeah, I speak to you as a descendant of Korea. My family has roots in both the North and South before there was an official North and South. And I also speak to you, as all of the panelists here, I speak to you as a son of America, as someone whose sense of life and whose point of view have been so completely shaped by this extraordinary and complex society that we all call home. And I want to start just by sharing with you all briefly a personal memory. Some of you may remember in 2011, Kim Jong-il, the previous leader of North Korea, died. I think I was 15 years old at the time, and actually my grandmother was visiting us in Texas. And I remember watching my grandmother as she was silently watching the news on the TV depicting the North Koreans mourning for their leader. And I wondered to myself, what is she thinking? I couldn't ask because my Korean is really bad, but also I wondered, who are these people in the North? And I still find myself thinking about that moment at times. And knowing a bit more now about my family's history, I can guess that my grandmother wasn't that sad about the passing of Kim Jong-il. The Korean War, which she lived through, produced many bitter and polarized feelings, including among those who left the peninsula. But I bring up this memory to highlight something else, that whether you're a Korean American who's growing up in the United States, or an American in general who's relatively aware of what's happening in the world, there's a natural curiosity to want to know more about North Korea, this strange country that is the object of so much fear, so much ridicule and consternation, and so much hatred here in the United States. And over time, this curiosity may get snuffed out and replaced with something more like a mechanical reaction to anything that comes up that's related to North Korea. But I think today, the objective reality of the current tensions in the peninsula forces us to ask, if our government is willing to go to war with these people and bomb them to the point of extinction, then shouldn't we, the people, at least make an effort to try to understand them? When I was in college, I had the chance to read Martin Luther King's speech, Beyond Vietnam, A Time to Break Silence, in which he voiced his opposition to the US war in Vietnam. In it, he says, quote, "Here is the true meaning and value of compassion and nonviolence, when it helps us to see the enemy's point of view, to hear his questions, to know his assessment of ourselves. For from his view, we may indeed see the basic weaknesses of our own condition, and if we're mature, we may learn and grow and profit from the wisdom of the brothers who are called the opposition," end quote. In this, King was referring to the National Liberation Forces of Vietnam, who had been mercilessly attacked by the US government for their commitment to struggling for their country's independence in the face of French and later American imperialism. I believe that this statement from King can also be our rubric for opening up our minds to reassessing the people of North Korea. Ultimately, what King is saying is that when we earnestly try to understand the people who've been labeled as the enemy, we end up learning more about ourselves. And to the extent that we are afraid to learn about this people is because we are afraid to learn something about ourselves. So in that vein, what I'm here to discuss with you all today is this. I think by any measure, it's very fair to say that North Korea is a unique place with high levels of organization and unity. And basically, there are three ways that you can interpret this. Either all the North Koreans are brainwashed machines, or they all secretly hate their government and are waiting to revolt, or they are normal human beings who, for the vast majority of them, genuinely believe in the path that their country has walked upon. And as many others here have said today, one of my main points of reference as just a person and as someone who wants to know the world is W.E.B. Du Bois, who in his monumental study of the Reconstruction period after the US Civil War made a statement to say, "I assume the humanity of Black folk in seeking to understand their contribution to the reconstruction of democracy in the United States." And so in that spirit, I'm gonna ask all of us, not forever, but just in this discussion, to consider at least the third option, that the North Koreans are actually not beyond the pale of humanity, but are actually part of the fabric of humanity. And so if this is the case, if the North Koreans are normal human beings who are committed to their own system of social organization, then it becomes possible to look more closely into North Korea's development to draw out new insights about human beings in general. If we recognize that the people of the DPRK have gone through a unique historical experience over the past 70 years, then it becomes possible to examine what has been produced by that experience. In other words, by assuming the full humanity of these people, we can then ask, does North Korea reveal something new to us about what ordinary people are capable of? And as I was trying to approach this presentation, I was trying to find a very concrete way to approach North Korea. And I wanted to start with the philosophy that undergirds its human and social relations, its methods of education and governance, and ultimately its relationship with the rest of the world. What other people have already mentioned here, the North Korean philosophy of juche. It's a word that's often interpreted in the West as a kind of hyper-nationalist ideology, a cult-like obsession with isolation and self-sufficiency. But I think it's more than this. The kind of narrow nationalism that we in the West imagine would have been too brittle to withstand everything that's been thrown against North Korea over the years. For decades going back to the Korean War, so-called experts in the United States have predicted the collapse of North Korea under conditions of hardship, and every single time the North has proven them wrong. What produced this philosophy of North Korea? What produced this mindset and this culture that made them able to withstand all of this pressure? And I just want to talk now a little bit about the history. This is going to intersect with a lot of history that other people have talked about, but North Korea is a society that was born in fire. Upon the surrender of Japan to the Allies, which Alice mentioned in World War II, a mass of Korean freedom fighters came flooding back to the peninsula. They had spent bitter decades fighting alongside the Chinese against Japanese imperialism, and among them was the battle-tested commander Kim Il-sung. Others who had been imprisoned in Korea by the Japanese were all of a sudden freed. There was an outpouring of new political activity by the people in every part of the peninsula. These were the People's Committees that Alice mentioned. These freedom fighters ultimately became the authors of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And to this day, the DPRK sees itself as a continuation of that long struggle against Japanese colonialism. Meanwhile, the United States flew in Syngman Rhee, a graduate of Georgetown, Harvard, and Princeton, and installed him as the figurehead of the Republic of Korea after a period of US military dictatorship in the South. The DPRK and the ROK, established within weeks of each other in 1948, both claimed legitimacy over the entire peninsula. And so in that sense, it's not really accurate to say that the North invaded the South. Instead, it was a war for unification and a war ultimately to make real the promises of Korea's national liberation struggle. During the Korean War, America dropped bombs on the North every single day for 3 years. It's hard to capture the depth of this crime, but one aspect of it, which I don't think people know, is that actually 2 of the years of the Korean War were spent in negotiations, peace negotiations. And during that period, the US spent every day bombing the North. 85% of all buildings were destroyed, and entire cities were obliterated. As others have said, the people in the North were forced to go underground, building caves and tunnels, shelters and dugouts, where they would wait in darkness for countless hours and days. Time and space themselves were overturned and inverted. The only safe time to come out was during the night, and the only safe place to go was deep in the clutches of the earth. The American leaders assumed that these bombing campaigns would break the will of the Koreans. They assumed that the Koreans must be cowering in abject terror as the American planes pummeled the earth and burned down the entire world. But they were wrong. For the people of Korea, the earth was not only a refuge, it was a womb out of which a new people was born. The Americans destroyed the physical environment, but they could not destroy the people. The British journalist Alan Winnington bore witness to this in his reporting of the war. Quote, "Every evening, the countryside of Korea boils with life. Hundreds of thousands of peasants and townfolk converge on roads and in a matter of hours have repaired the bomb damage of the previous day by the sheer weight of limitless willing human labor. All these reconstruction and transport workers are volunteers, unpaid, providing their own food and materials with their own militia to protect them from stray enemy troops, self-supporting, familiar with the terrain, and determined to put an end to foreign occupation of their country, end quote. For the distant observer today, one might wonder why the North Koreans fixate so much on this history of the anti-Japanese struggle and the struggle against US imperialism during the war. Some have argued that the North Koreans simply need to create an external enemy in order to justify their own repressive society at home. And it's true that the North Koreans spare no love for the war makers in the US ruling class. However, the true purpose of North Korea's emphasis on teaching this history is to create in the minds of the people, especially the younger generation who didn't experience the war, a clear sense that they themselves are actively participating in the struggle between the old and the new. The North Koreans choose to remember the atrocities committed by the Japanese and American governments against the people in order to say to themselves, look at how horrible, how brutal things were under the previous period of imperialist rule in our country. Let us then develop new ways of relating to one another. Let us create a new society with new values to fully replace the degradation of the past. Kim Il-sung, the father of this new nation, was a keen observer of the Korean people. He watched as his comrades fought Japanese forces while on the brink of starvation in the frozen forests, mountains, and plains of Manchuria. He watched as his people openly defied the full colossal might of America's industrial firepower. He watched, too, as his people poured himself into the task of reconstructing society after the war, as they built universities, roads, factories, as they tried new cooperative methods of agriculture. And it was this experience of seeing the full magnitude of what the Korean people could do that led him to formulate the Juche idea. In other words, the practical and concrete experience of Korea's revolutionary struggle generated new human knowledge, which coalesced into Juche as a philosophy. And I hope you don't mind me going a little bit more into this philosophy. But the North Koreans defined Juche as the philosophical principle that man is the master of the world and of his destiny, and thus plays a decisive role in transforming the world and shaping his destiny. And just to note that man here is used in a philosophical sense, meaning mankind, humanity, or human beings. But Juche's basic premise is that, as Anna mentioned earlier today, that man is a social being rather than strictly a material or biological being, and that because of this, man has the unique capacity for independence, creativity, and consciousness. Independence here is not merely national independence in a political sense, but rather the ability of humankind to break free from the constraints of nature and to break free from outmoded stages of human history. Because of our creativity, human beings can transform both nature and society to be more beneficial to us, and we can change the old and create the new. And ultimately, because we can understand the world and its patterns of motion, we too can become conscious and purposeful about our own independent and creative activity as human beings. Juche is sometimes seen as an attempt to put a Korean spin on Marxism-Leninism. Kim Jong-il, the son and successor of Kim Il-sung, instead formulated Juche as a social science or a human-centered philosophy that seeks to understand the laws of man's social movement. Why and how do people act, move, and change through stages of human history? This is distinct from, though not opposed to, Marxism's focus on the dialectical movement of the material world and of class and economic relations. In the Saturday Free School, we recently organized a symposium on Du Bois's work, Black Reconstruction, in which he develops new knowledge frameworks for understanding the complex processes of American history and the capacities of people to struggle for change. And it's through Du Bois and his unique revolutionary method of social science that, for me, the significance of something like Juche becomes more clear. And to return back to the history, the level of death and destruction after the Korean War remains inconceivable. And yet, the Koreans in the North also saw it as an opportunity to build a new society, brick by brick and person by person from the ground up. Fred Carrier, an American who visited North Korea in the 1970s, describes being welcomed into the DPRK for the first time. Quote, "It seemed fitting that children should welcome us, for Korea is a youthful land despite its ancient traditions. Paradoxical as this may seem, since Pyongyang itself is 1,500 years old, Youthful exuberance characterizes the current generations who've been born in the socialist era. More than half of the population is under the age of 25, which means their memories only stretch to the Korean War, if that far, while the rest of Korea's colonial experience is something that is learned from tales spun by elders or from books. Everything has been built in the current generation, for the bombing carried out by the US in 1950 to 1951 virtually destroyed urban Korea. Insofar as socialism blossoms, it will be through the consciousness of the children fashioned under its new morality. The goal of education here is not merely to prepare a technically competent worker, important as that is, but to create a class-conscious person who is proud of his status as a worker because he has an understanding of the revolution. We heard much in North Korea about, quote, serving the people, a philosophy which is also expressed by the saying, one for all and all for one. For example, when I visited a school, I asked whether students ever fail, and the head teacher responded with a concrete application of the all for one principle, saying, "We do not let one student fall behind," he explained. Those who are ahead spend time helping the few who lag behind. With the aid and encouragement of his peers, the student will soon catch up, end quote. And when I read this, I can't help but make a comparison to how Du Bois describes that sudden rush of freedom that was experienced by tens of thousands of slaves who moved in a crucial point of the Civil War to abandon their plantations and join with the Union Army, thus deciding the fate of the nation. They accepted hardship and danger and risk that came with leaving behind the plantations, the only world that they had ever known. They did this because the slaves were striving to become free workers. With near limitless energy, they poured themselves into the task of rebuilding the devastated South, cultivating hundreds of thousands of acres of land. With a thirst for knowledge of themselves and of the world around them, they planted the first public schools in the South. And ultimately, like the people of Korea, the mass of Black folk in America created the possibility for a new democracy to emerge from the ruins of an exhausted and ravaged social order. From the end of the Korean War in 1953 to the 1990s, North Korea underwent a process of resurrection and rapid reconstruction, flying through various stages of modernization. During this period, Kim Il-sung and the Workers' Party of Korea endeavored to carry through three revolutions simultaneously: a technological revolution towards socialist industrialization, an ideological revolution to unite the people, and a cultural revolution to educate the people. And it's interesting to note that until the 1980s, North Korea actually had a higher standard of living than the South and a similar GDP per capita. Of course, what's not measurable by statistics is the depth of qualitative change that began to develop and gain momentum in the North. But then, as you may have seen in the documentary last night, disaster struck in the 1990s. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, along with other socialist countries in the Eastern Bloc. North Korea lost its entire network of trading partners. Energy resource imports vanished overnight, which was especially devastating to the North's highly energy-intensive agricultural system. A series of catastrophic floods and droughts slammed into the country, decimating farmland, irrigation systems, and power plants. Watching the crisis unfold, the US government decided to maintain its unilateral sanctions on the North, blocking oil imports and restricting access to foreign humanitarian aid, with the hope that by exacerbating the situation within the DPRK, they could increase the anger among the citizenry and ultimately trigger regime change. North Korea faced a huge choice. It could either open up completely to Western investment and influence as other countries had, but given the unique situation of division and the unended war in the peninsula, there's a high chance that such a compromise would lead not only to the destruction of the North's economic relations and entire way of life, but also potentially to all-out war, as was the case in countries like Iraq and Libya. On the other hand, North Korea could continue on its own path and choose to pay the enormous price yet again of refusing to capitulate to imperialism. North Korea made the choice and defied the logic of the war makers choosing the second option. In an enormous tragedy, the country lost between 500,000 to 2 million people to natural disasters and hunger, and the overall living standards and wealth of the nation dropped sharply. But North Korea did not collapse as the US government wished and predicted. For the North Koreans in the early 90s, it's hard for us to imagine what it must have been like to see the entire world, i.e. the world communist movement, come crashing down around them in quick succession. But for me, it's even harder to imagine the collective willpower it took to persevere in the face of all this. How did they do it? The North Koreans called the period of the 1990s the Arduous March. Similar to China's Long March, this arduous march is understood as a tremendously difficult struggle against enormous odds, which did not actually fragment the people, but instead united them further with an iron resolve to continue their country's mission of building a new society. In a 1995 speech, Kim Jong-il reflected on the reasons why many other socialist countries had collapsed. He assessed that their leadership had failed to realize that under socialism, internal class relations no longer become the driving force of history. Instead, ideology and the movement of ideas become the motive force of historical progress. The socialist parties of the Eastern Bloc had believed that material and economic conditions by themselves would determine the social consciousness of the people. Responding to such a viewpoint, Kim Jong-il writes, quote, "By nature, a man's consciousness reflects objective reality, but how he absorbs this depends on the man himself, on his preparedness. He sees, hears, feels, and absorbs as much as he can understand. What ideology he acquires and how this ideology changes and develops depends on his preparedness, his activities, and the ideological influence he receives. Even a man from the propertied class can become a revolutionary when he's awakened ideologically and put under revolutionary influence. And not even a working class man necessarily acquires a revolutionary ideology," end quote. With this understanding, Kim Jong-il emphasized that the role of the Workers' Party of Korea was to inspire among the people the conviction that the future of their country, and indeed the future of the world, depended on the work and effort of each and every person as part of a unified collective. Now, we may think it's strange for the people of such a small country to feel that the fate of humanity rests on their shoulders, and yet, isn't it even stranger that the people of our own country, the most powerful nation in history, don't feel the same way? North Korea has been described as a kind of neo-Confucian monarchy. I think it's true that currents of ancient Confucian and Buddhist beliefs, Buddhist values flow through North Korean society. And people in the DPRK sometimes describe themselves as being part of a big family, whose main components are the leaders, the party, and the people. But I think it's a mistake to assume that this familial structure is simply a repackaging of the past. Part of what explains the remarkable resilience of North Korea is the historically new nature of the social contract between the people and the state. The leadership of the DPRK retains its legitimacy in the eyes of the people insofar as it continues to uphold the tradition of Korea's revolutionary struggle going back a century. North Korea has preserved Korea's civilizational emphasis on maintaining a strong state and harmony in the social order, but it has done so with new tools, new energy, and a new vision. And I'm almost done, but I want to illustrate this by reading some passages from a novel from North Korea, one of the only ones to ever be translated into English. The novel is titled Friend by the author Paek Nam-young. Published in 1988, it depicts a man and a woman filing for divorce. The husband, Seok-chun, is a factory worker who has stayed at the same lathe for 2 decades, and his wife, Sun-hee, is a professional singer who once worked in the same factory as her husband. The story follows the judge who hears their case as he tries to uncover more about the history of their marriage and ultimately decide if they have a legitimate cause for divorce. In this story, the judge represents the authority of the law and of the state, but he also acts as a kind of social worker, showing the unique way that these forces operate within the life worlds of the community in North Korea. And so the following scenes are part of the novel's kind of climactic moment where the judge is addressing the husband and then the wife, who are very reluctant to hear what he's saying, but he says it anyways. So this is from the judge speaking to the husband first, and he says, quote, "Before you think about divorcing your wife, you have to consider what she wants from you. Don't be so antagonistic. It's time for you to think objectively about how she feels about you. I was deeply moved by your tireless efforts on the lathe without coveting awards or recognition. You cannot apply the same kind of fervor that you have for your work to your family. A family may be small, but it's connected to one's world. You cannot think yesterday's feelings for your wife will remain the same today. You need to constantly renew those emotions, your vows, and continue to paint your ideal family. Those make up your world. But what are you doing in this respect? You have not changed with the times. You love Sun-hee, your wife, the press worker as she was, and not the renowned mezzo-soprano of the performing arts company as she is today. She has progressed and become a new person. Times have changed and so must you. Our entire society is actively progressing toward becoming intellectualized in scientific technology and the arts, but you, comrade, have fallen behind the times. Your so-called love for your wife is outdated. You're trying to measure your wife's love for you with the yardstick you used in the old days, telling the good and bad things she's done for you. And then you try to work on your invention at the factory with all this baggage. How well do you think you will be able to perform your duties at the factory? If you'd listened to your wife and gone to the engineering college as she told you to, then you would be a technician by now and would not have wasted all those years trying to figure out the complex engineering components of your invention. And Suk-chun, the husband, takes off his well-worn hat and starts fidgeting with it, and the judge continues. Since you couldn't properly assess the changing times and only looked disdainfully at your wife with your nearsighted views, you criticized her for being vain. You think she's acting superior to you for recommending technical college. But Comrade Sun Hee's concern for you derived from your aimless life and your technical stagnation. Can you really blame her at all? I believe that her demands are aligned with the demands of society, which is to raise the consciousness of the people in our country. She understood that the family is a unit of society, and that is why your self-improvement is absolutely required. You really have to correct your erroneous and ultra-conservative thoughts. And then there's a description here of the husband, which I really like, where it says, Suk-chun rested his chin on his fist like Rodin's The Thinker, immersed in deep thought. And then the judge continues, I'm advising you not as a judge, but as your elderly friend. Starting today, try to think progressively like the youth of this generation and create your own path. Don't be like an old factory worker set in his ways. Get your act together like an intelligent expert technician. Start by taking care of your appearance. Go to engineering college. On Sundays, take your son to the theater and watch your wife's performances. You've been wrong to think that these things are pretentious. I know you can do it, and I look forward to that day. And I'm going to go to the next scene where the judge is talking to the wife. And then so the wife is kind of distraught because he's saying, I'm not going to give you the divorce. And she's like, why not? And then he says, please calm down, Comrade Sun Hee. While I was objectively investigating your family problems, I realized that you have the ability to lead your family toward harmony. However, somewhere along the line, you lost faith in yourself. Your fanciful idealistic ideas about your husband and family life are lingering somewhere, but you were unable to anchor those thoughts to reality. And Sun Hee lowered her eyes. The judge continued, you cannot place those kinds of unrealistic expectations on your husband. Such fantasies create deep ethical problems in the family, wouldn't you agree? Even though Suk-chun is behind the times and tactless in expressing his love for you, he's still your husband and the father of your child. That's why you cannot disregard the time when you guys first expressed your innocent love for each other. You have to consider that moment to be precious and build from there, renewing your love for each other and for your son. However, you, Comrade Sun Hee, keep looking down on your husband. You've left him standing by the riverbank back in your home village. Comrade Sun Hee, you learned the trade of operating the lathe from your husband. The other workers recognized your talents, your singing talents, and adored you. With the blessing of the grease-stained workers, you two got married and even found a nice place to live. The sincere emotions in your singing derived from your days working on the lathe. Thus, then the factory recommended that you become a professional singer, but now you've forgotten your roots. You've forgotten the very people who first loved you and supported you, and now you begin to isolate yourselves from other singers at the company. I hate to say this, but you've been looking down on your husband to the extent that you become arrogant and pompous. You must realize this. If you quit your singing career, then what's left for you? You've abandoned the one person in society who's closest to you, your husband. So what if he goes to engineering college and becomes a technical expert? So what if he one day becomes a foreman at the factory? Will it bring harmony to the family? Will it bring rhythm back to the family? Character does not derive from social position, occupation, or physical appearance. Look in the mirror. You say that you're an artist, but you know very well that you don't automatically become an elegant, sophisticated person just because you're a singer. In order for you to move the audience with the ideological lyrics of your music, you have to make the music yours. If you reprioritize your life and live the correct lifestyle, if you have an affectionate relationship with your husband, then your goals will become a beautiful reality and your family will live in harmony. Sun Hee stopped crying, but she did not lift her head. She pulled an elegant silk handkerchief from her purse and dabbed the tears from her eyes. She took a deep breath and let out a sigh of despair. She pushed back her chair and stood up. With her eyes still lowered, she turned to leave the office. You're leaving without saying goodbye? The judge asked softly. It was not a question that indicated her lack of etiquette, but a question that anticipated Sun Hee's new beginning, bidding farewell to the past and welcoming a new day. So, okay, that was the book quote. Sorry, I know that was a bit long, but I just think it illustrates in a very concrete way what North Korea is like. And I just want to end with a few more remarks, but in his Beyond Vietnam speech, Martin Luther King spoke of the need for a revolution of values here in America, to begin the shift away from a thing-oriented society ruled by the insanity of war and profits toward a person-oriented society that strives to fulfill the basic human needs and cultivate the potential of each person. What such a revolution of values might look like in another country will differ according to their own history, their culture, and their situation. But it's clear to me that North Korea has undertaken a revolution of values in its own way. What the DPRK has achieved in its 75 years of existence must be seen as a positive contribution to humanity's ongoing struggle to remake and renew world civilization. There's a reason why there are institutes devoted to the study of Juche in many parts of Africa and Asia and Latin America. Far away from the Western gaze, peoples who have been touched by the violent hand of imperialism see that a unique light emanates from North Korea, and they want to try to understand it. If our own government here in the United States is allowed to wage war against North Korea and wipe out these people, it would be a crime not only against the Korean people, but a crime against humanity's future. There is much that takes place in North Korean society that we do not see. Some of it is sensationalized and manipulated in order to justify the war policies of our own country. But there's so much more in the everyday lives of the people of North Korea that can bring them nearer to us, not as victims or as adversaries, but as human beings who are striving for the future. Ultimately, when I look at North Korea and the horrors of the Korean War, I think about Philadelphia and the people of this country. Our cities too have been bombed, not by physical weapons, but by weapons of neglect, weapons of discord, weapons of humanity, nihilism, and falsehood. While much of our physical environment remains intact, the souls of so many people here have been destroyed. But if there's one thing that we can learn from North Korea, it's this, that out of the rubble of human disaster, a new people can emerge. Thank you.
All right, so first of all, I want to just thank Alice and Jeremiah for your presentations. I don't know, I feel like I can't put together something coherent right now because I'm still processing a lot. I think actually, in particular, that passage from the North Korean novel. Wow. Okay. Well, okay, so first, I guess what I'll start off with is, I do want to slightly talk about some things that Jahan's presentation would have mentioned. And so if you're watching the live stream, I apologize if I don't do if I don't do the ideas justice. But actually, and what got me thinking was when Jeremiah, at the very end of your presentation, you talked about how actually, like, annihilating North Korea or attempting regime change in North Korea is not just an attack on North Korea, it is an attack on humanity. And part of the reason that's so huge is because actually North Korea has very close relations with a lot of the non-Western world, and I want to single out Africa in particular. Juche has actually had a big impact on Africa. Apparently, yes, so there's the Juche African Committee, and it also really pushes back against the idea of North Korea as a hermit kingdom or as an isolated country, because it's not isolated. It's actually very well connected diplomatically and in other ways that I'll get into with the rest of the world, especially with Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And when you look at that, it actually turns out that the real isolated party is us, the Americans. So, yeah, I think it says here that North Korea actually had very close relations with Southern Africa, especially Namibia, Angola, and also the African National Congress in the 1980s. And the interesting thing here is that it's not just state-to-state relations, but there are party-to-party relations. So you have, the Workers' Party of Korea, then you got the African National Congress, or the Communist Party of South Africa. Also with the Ba'ath Party in Syria, for example, this is another thing he brings up, and with the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Also, a big export that North Korea has to Africa is public monuments. So, for example, just like how in Pyongyang today there's a martyr cemetery for a lot of fallen soldiers and freedom fighters from the Korean War, they have actually commissioned the exact same projects in Zimbabwe and Namibia. And of course he ties it in here to actually Du Bois's idea of Pan-Asia and Pan-Africa from the Andromeda chapter of Du Bois's World in Africa. Just talking about how actually like Asian nations can unleash Africa's power. So yeah, I guess I'll start there. And then another thing that I want to emphasize here is that many Western commentators who look at these, like foreign relations that North Korea has, they apply a lot of their own, like, quote, like realist interpretations, saying, oh, they're not doing it for any altruistic purposes. They're just doing it because, they got something in it for themselves. They're doing it for their own gain. But as has been demonstrated, by the historical experience that North Korea has gone through and how they've moved forward, how they've crossed that threshold of consciousness because of it, that interpretation is completely wrong. There actually is they are major acts of sacrifice, but also uplift from North Korea, a nation that may not be the most materially rich, but spiritually and ideologically is actually so rich that they share constantly with, formerly colonized and also like liberation movements, and as later on when they become countries, there's that constant sharing. So I guess we can start there for that in terms of discussion. Yeah, either like the panelists can speak a little bit more on it, or we can just have people come up for questions.
General comments, thoughts.
Yeah, just general comments or thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentations. It's for the panel. This is something we have speculated upon in free school discussions. Is it possible that a country that experienced what North Korea did and to rebuild, is it possible that they have, in terms of their social relationships, taken a leap through the centuries and have begun in the relationships between human beings in their society, begun to look more like communist relationships, social relationships, even though we would say their economy is perhaps not what many commentators said would be the material basis to develop communist social relations. Is it possible that North Korea has achieved, in essence, what communist social relationships would look like? And just a second question, how would you characterize the nature of the North Korean state? And of course, the state-party relationships.
I know I talked about South Korea, but now I'm answering this North Korea piece because it was something that I was really interested in as leading up to this event. In particular was around this idea of the capacity of the people, which is that it's interesting for the North and the South prior to its division, there was a unified people that was democratically organizing, figuring out their systems of government. But there is a difference. Like, South Korea is not what North Korea is, despite, the strivings against imperialism, because they were brutally oppressed or repressed. And that's why North Korea in particular stands out, which is what happens when you actually allow these democratic organizations to flourish. And, Jeremiah talked about that. And so someone mentioned earlier, I forget who, of this documentary series of, exploring what life in Korea is like. And, communism itself, the way I interpret it is also how Du Bois describes it in his application to the Communist Party, which is people get what they need and they contribute what they can give. And that makes sense to me in terms of North Korea's relations right now, which is, everyone has a place to live. They have an apartment if they're in the city, they have a house, or like I don't know if it's exactly called a house in the rural areas. Like, education itself is free up to high school, and then if people want college, post secondary education, or post college, and medicine, employment itself are also things that we think about so much in other societies, but is not the front and center of people's minds in that society. So what happened, like, something that was very jarring to me, because in the West, that's predominantly what people think about: where they're living, how to pay rent, how to pay for their children's education, how to pay for medical bills. And so what happens when the majority of what people have to worry about are no longer really things people have to worry about? Does that dictate their relationship to the state, but also how does it dictate or shape individuals' relations to the state, and also how does it shape relations to each other? Because there's also a cap on income, and they don't even describe it as income, but more of living expenses. This is if people want to buy clothing, extra food, that sort of thing. So I think it is something that's really hard to grasp in the West in terms of what do people think about if they're not thinking about those things that the majority of us think about. And I think that's why there's an emphasis on, on science, on art, because that's what people end up doing if they had the time to think about those things and not worry. And that has always been very impressive to me, because that isn't what we see elsewhere. And it's a question as well.
Yeah, I think it is a difficult question to address, in part because you have to have a sense of what is meant by even socialism or communism. Like, what do those words even mean? And was, for instance, Lenin's formulation of the progression from socialism to communism the final word on that progression, or even what those different stages would look like? And I don't have an answer for that, but I do think that, like, I agree with what Alice was saying, and also part of what I think is, I don't know, very striking about North Korea, from whether it's the documentaries or, like, Americans especially traveling to North Korea, is, I remember that quote that I read from that guy Fred Carrier, who visited the North in the 1970s. He said, I think he was someone who was like kind of communist leaning, but even he was a little bit taken aback by how much the people in the North had a shared sense of collective purpose. And I think that, like, I didn't get to this when I was talking about the Juche thing, but part of how you understand, like, how do a people, how can a people actually break through and transcend through the stages of history? That is what they mean by independence, like, not just, national independence, but also the independence of human beings to carve out their own history, is that their sense of freedom is, we can only achieve that together. And I think that there are lots of different aspects of North Korea which I think are deserving of further study. and in particular, the formation of the state and its relationship to society. And I think one thing that I didn't get to touch on during the presentation is, obviously there's this whole nuclear crisis, nuclear issue, denuclearization talks that have happened regarding Korea and the current tensions. But actually, we got this from the documentary that was shown last night, but also from just accounts that I've heard of people who visited North Korea, where I think it seems to me from what I've heard that their sense of what is incomplete is not their own social relations, but reunification. And I think that is it's hard to really answer, I think, fully the question of the kind of social relation, in part because people who visit North Korea, it's reunification is the one thing that people really want to talk to you about, especially if you're Korean diaspora, that kind of thing. And others can also verify this, but I think, I don't have an easy way of answering it, and I think there is a lot more that deserves to be studied in relation to the North and how it actually operates and the kind of social relations that it has. But the other thing is that, what is missing from North Korea is not quote unquote Western democracy or liberalism, but what is missing is literally the reunification of the country. But that doesn't directly address, but I think it also touches on why the state continues to need to exist. Literally, when you're in a state of war with the United States, it has never actually ended. Are you just going to lay down your weapons and go the way that Gaddafi did in Libya? Because I think people don't understand that North Korea was watching something like Libya unfolding during the 2000s and 2010s, where Libya also had nuclear talks with the United States and agreed to roll back its sort of nuclear program. And the price they paid for that was a coup, a regime change, in which Gaddafi was assassinated, and Libya essentially descended into a system of mass human trafficking and slavery. And so I think that's another aspect of why the state exists, but I think the nature of how the state operates in society, I think part of it is illustrated, even in just books and stuff, the books that I was reading from, where it's part of something that's the everyday lives of the people. It's not alien to them. It's not like the state against the people, but it's something that exists to basically encourage and to lift up the people. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess if we don't have another question just yet, I'm also going to try to take a stab at what you posed. Okay, so actually, wait, this is where I kind of want someone who knows Marx and Lenin better than I do to come in, because actually, this is actually one of the questions. Actually, what do we even mean by socialism and communism? And of course, again, coming in, I don't know, from being in a lot of left spaces, they talk about, the goal of communism is for the state to wither away, right? Once we've sustained, or once we've created and sustained, the proper forces of production and gotten rid of these, class antagonisms, then the state should wither away. But then the thing is that in North Korea, that's not necessary. It doesn't seem that that's actually what they've decided is the best path forward. And this is where I'm not entirely sure how to think of it either, but I do have a feeling is that first, the reason that they continue to have a state is, I think a lot of it is civilizational, and I cannot pin down all of the reasons, but first of all, it's being that, kind of as Jeremiah said earlier, Juche recognizes that the motive force in human society can actually become ideology, not just material forces. So that, let's say, for example, we achieve the proper economic system, we achieve the proper, class relations or lack thereof, the state doesn't suddenly wither away, because then you need to keep going with the ideology. That's why I think they go so hard on keeping alive the memory of the anti-Japanese, freedom struggle, and then also their victory against U.S. imperialism, and then that's why they focus on reunification. And I think the other thing that which it kind of ties into is actually the way that they conduct themselves on an international level is very reminiscent of this idea of really just King's idea, I would say, of a beloved community. The idea is that as long as in Africa, in Asia, and really anywhere, as long as there is some place where there is poverty, where there is a struggle going on, some place that is still a neo-colony, some place that is still trapped in this system, then the North Korean state, the North Korean cause is not complete. As long as, even Korea itself remains divided, just because within the borders of North Korea they have achieved maybe parts of the society that are satisfactory, as long as the world situation remains the way it does, it's not complete. And I'm kind of floating a lot of these ideas for the first time, but that's also what I would say about like the role of North Korea's state. But this party question is also interesting. Because I think, I know we were talking about this in the China conference and also with Marian Ngouabe, his triad of the state, the party, and the people. And obviously, I see the Workers' Party of Korea as being the main organ to actually advance the ideology and to actually apply Juche, as the times and the world conditions continue to change. And it's so interesting to see how this mindset gets permeated even down to the level of the judge, who acts as, in many ways, not just a social worker, but also a therapist. I was so struck because I think if people here received relationship advice like that, our relationships would look very different. I don't know. I was just struck by that on a personal level, but it's so impressive. But anyway, that's the role of the party, at least as I see it, is to be that ideological sword. And I think that's why their relationships with so many other revolutionary parties, especially in Africa, have been important. But yeah, I don't know if anyone else has something to say about that. But I guess, yeah, with that, we can honestly just transition to the community discussion where I think a lot more questions will start to come out, and I think a lot of the things that people have said here will also continue to marinate in people's minds and will also be applied. I think they will be very applicable to the questions that we will be discussing in a couple minutes. So, thank you.
We'd also like to encourage everybody to come sit in the front so that we can actually have face-to-face, circle, round table. So please do come sit up closer. I know people like to stand in the back and drink water, and that's cool, but it would be nice to, see everybody's faces up close so that we can really get into this. Thank you.
We have a it's okay.
We're just gonna be like
Okay. Now I'd like to invite all of the participants in the community discussion to take a seat. Yeah. I think this is for all of them. It's not the presentation. We gave the presentation. Okay. So this is the final portion of our event today. We thank you for sticking with us through all of these hours. But the final portion of our event is really a community discussion. And so this is intended to be a part where if you haven't had a chance to speak, or if you've spoken and you have more thoughts, please, we invite you all to participate, to say what you've been thinking in relation to everything that's come up during the course of the day as well as yesterday. But the title of this community discussion is, what is it? Oh yeah, the democratic demand for peace amid the crisis of war. So I'm just going to give a brief intro and then introduce our participants and then kind of lay out the format of this. But from the war in Ukraine to rising tensions in the Korean peninsula, the question of war and peace looms large in the minds of the American people. It's a question that cuts to the essence of American democracy and its betrayal. Can a society really claim to be democratic when the broad mass of its people have no real voice in determining whether their government funds and wages wars that could threaten the existence of humankind? Through this community discussion, we're aiming to put the question of peace directly on the table for ordinary people to independently discuss and decide, and in so doing, to expand our collective democratic capacity to chart a new path forward for this nation. And so I'm just going to introduce our participants in the order that they're seated. Xiaoyun Ma is currently a student at the University of Michigan. Garland Nixon is a radio talk show host and political analyst based in Washington, D.C. Brandon Doe is a school teacher here in Philadelphia and a member of the Saturday Free School. And Hyejung Park is a teacher at Folk Art School, as well as a filmmaker who made the documentary that some of you may have seen or co-directed it that we saw yesterday, and has made several documentaries focused on the need to end war on the Korean Peninsula. And so with that, the format of this panel is going to be, before this discussion, we sent along 4 questions to each of these participants, and in order for them to kind of think and process through. And so we're going to talk about those questions. And then we're going to have a conversation amongst the 4 people here for just about half of it, like maybe like 40, 45 minutes. And then we're going to open it up to entire audience participation. So there's going to be a floating mic somewhere, so you don't have to like stand up and talk into a mic. Neri will have it. So she'll bring the mic to you, just raise your hand and you can say your piece. But I'm going to read the questions and then say a little bit more. But the 4 questions are, what is the war agenda? And how do you see it impacting ordinary Americans and society as a whole? 2, how do you assess the Biden administration's current posture towards Korea, as well as countries like Russia and China? Are we closer to nuclear war? And what are the consequences for the people if so? 3, how does this war agenda manifest in relation to domestic crises of legitimacy and social disorder within American society? What are the most detrimental trends in the current ideological landscape that impact people's capacity to unite and struggle for the future? And then 4, do the American people have the capacity to achieve peace and join humanity? In his Beyond Vietnam speech, which we've heard a lot about today, Martin Luther King Jr. called for a peace movement that must involve people of all races and creeds in the struggle to transform the total fabric of American life, thus placing our nation on the right side of the world revolutionary process. Given this legacy, what might a peace movement look like for today? So I know that was a lot of questions. We're just going to start with the first one, and so we're going to go around And then we're just going to ask people to say what they think about just the first question of defining what even the war agenda is, how does it impact people, so that we can establish kind of a common basis of shared understanding amongst the people who are speaking. But people are welcome to. Yeah, people are welcome to say if they want to go down.
Hi everyone, I'm super excited to be on this panel. And yeah, I think in defining the war agenda, I think as been brought up earlier, I think it's best captured by a quote from Martin Luther King in his Beyond Vietnam speech, where he says that a nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. And essentially, he's saying that there's a link between poverty at home and war abroad, that whenever you are waging a war, campaigns to fight poverty at home become scrapped so that it's used to finance a war. And every year, the US is spending $800 billion on war. This is $800 billion that could be used to educate our youth, to house families, treat the sick, and other programs of uplift. And meanwhile, you have this $800 billion funding our military defense. You have 40 million people that are in poverty right now, 500,000 homeless, and things are becoming less and less affordable. Just in the last 1 to 2 years, the price of ordinary consumer products like eggs, they've tripled in price. Flour's gone up 34%, the price of milk, 37%. What are the American people gonna think when they see that all of this money is going towards war instead of relief for the people? And furthermore, not only does the war agenda take away from social uplift, the US war policy acts in contradiction with the masses. So I've been looking at some of recent data that's been published by the National Opinion Research Center, the Pew Research Center. And the data suggesting that people are tired of war. So as of last year, March 2022, 40% of Americans think that the US should play a major role in the Ukraine war. And this has gone down to 26%. Last year, 7% of Americans think that we gave too much to Ukraine, and now this has gone up to 26%. And I think this is the most interesting. So last year, March 2022, 55% of the US says that it's more important to sanction Russia, even if it damages the US economy. And now, as of this year, these same 55% of people are saying that actually we don't care about sanctioning Russia, like let's just limit damage to the US economy. And I feel like in general, a lot of these numbers are probably understated. But when I see this data, I think about why is there a shift in this attitude? Why are people getting sick of war? And I believe that it's because the masses are gradually recognizing the lies and the contradictions of the US war makers. They're thinking to themselves, why is money going towards war and destruction when there are issues of poverty, homelessness, unemployment at home? And why are we claiming that we need to secure democracy in other countries when we can't even secure democracy at home? I think with that said, I just want to end by saying that war degrades us spiritually. War makes us more cruel and brutal to each other. It makes us harder to socially relate to one another. And it ultimately makes us less human. And I believe that war should be avoided at all costs. whenever there's a peaceful alternative, we should always look towards this peaceful alternative solution. I think with that said, yeah, I'm looking forward to the panel and just working through this peace question and, you know, working with all the other panelists here as well as the audience.
Thank you. My name's Garland Nixon. I think what is the war agenda? I would have to answer that by saying what is the current war agenda? The current war agenda is particularly dangerous because it is brought about by a crisis in U.S. imperialism. Say 20 years ago, however many years ago, 17 years ago, when the U.S. invaded Iraq, the war agenda was very different then. The invasion of Iraq was at a time when the U.S. felt like it was the preeminent power in the world, and they had something called shock and awe. We're going to blow everything up, and we're going to demonstrate to the world how powerful we are, and we're going to remind everyone that we are the preeminent power. At that time, a policy, shall we say, was put forth, which has been called the Wolfowitz Doctrine. And that has gotten us where we are today. The Wolfowitz Doctrine was quite simply this: the United States will remain the preeminent power. Any country that attempts to rise, whether it's a local country, whether it's a local power or world power, but that attempts to rise in a manner that it could push back against the U.S. power, must be destroyed and must be taken out. And if you look at the countries, Venezuela, a country that if they could sell their oil, they'd make a fortune. They'd be the Saudi Arabia of South America. Look at Iran. And I'll say this, in Europe, look at Germany. They had to be held down. So the U.S. had to take down regional powers, and of course, two world powers, potential world powers arose, and those two potential world powers were, of course, Russia and China. That's why it's so dangerous now, because the U.S. has gone from demonstrating its power using military and economic coercion to maintain a hierarchical system. They called it the rules-based international order. All that meant was international feudalism. The United States is the nobility, and Europe, they're the commoners, and then everyone else is the peasants. And the peasants have decided that they're not going to be peasants anymore. And some of the peasants have decided we have a right to what has been called a fair world order, to a just world order, where people have the right to sovereignty, to independence. They have a right to chart their own course, and the United States empire is pushing back against them. And it's particularly dangerous because the war agenda now, as I see it, is like, I've likened it to a drowning man, a person who falls in the water, and they're just reaching for anything they can to try to pull themselves out of this situation. But there's nothing to grab onto. So the United States we have to go after China because they're growing too fast. Well, that's unacceptable. And we're going to destabilize the entire region in trying to go after them. Well, wait, we have to go after Russia. They're growing too fast. Oh no, Iran over there is growing too fast. And one of the things that it has happened paradoxically is that countries that aspire to be world powers or regional powers, such as Saudi Arabia or India, look at what's going on and they realize something, because America's like, I'm gonna make sure I don't go past my 5 minutes. I can easily do that. But America looks at these countries and they say, well, wait a minute, I thought they were all going to join with us. But because these countries aspire to be world powers, they say, wait a minute, if you're going after Russia and China and Iran and we grow next, we know we're in the crosshairs next. So the current war agenda right now is simply the Wolfowitz Doctrine, and it's a crisis of U.S. imperialism. It's particularly dangerous. And when you combine that with the economic contradictions of a predatory capitalist system that preys on its own people, whether it's student loans or whatever the case may be, you have an internal system that is coming unglued and an external system that is organically and naturally happening in the way that the world happens. Other countries rise and other countries fall, and the U.S. is kind of fighting against modernity, a modern system that's changing, a unipolar world that has already come into play, and the United States is pushing against that, and that's why it's particularly dangerous for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, everybody. My name is Brandon, and I just want to start by thanking all of the organizers of this event for allowing me to have the honor of being a part of this panel about a very crucial subject that will determine the future of humanity, the question of war and peace. So first, I would like to begin by saying that war deprives the American people of their needs. The trillions of dollars that the government spends on war deprives the American people, or takes the money out of the hands of the American people for jobs, for programs of social uplift, for universal health care, and it cripples the infrastructure of our communities. However, there is another dark and sinister side of the war effort that has yet to be fully understood. Because in order to maintain imperialist wars, the ruling class must have a war agenda that stagnates the progress and development of the American people. The ruling class deploys various ideologies through the mediums of social media, music, entertainment, and academia to neutralize, nullify, pacify, disunify, and demoralize the American people. It also deploys a culture of debauchery, violence, filth, and greed that prides itself in the debasement of human beings. Rather than be a place of higher learning where young people can go to discover who they are, the university raises up an ideological army of academics to become the policemen of the discontented people of America. As warmongers of America increase their aggression against Korea, Russia, China, and Iran, they instill within the American people a deep pessimism and cynicism in order to maintain America as the world's stronghold for imperialism. And they also rob the people of their revolutionary heritage, which we all in this room have. To put it into perspective about the effects of the war agenda, the great Dr. Martin Luther King said in his essay, 3 Dimensions of a Complete Life, that there are 3 dimensions if you want to have a complete life. The first dimension is love for self, knowing that you have a gift, acknowledging that you can make a contribution to this world. The second dimension of a complete life is love for your neighbor, love for your community, love for humanity. And the third and final dimension of a complete life is the upward reach for God. Because we in this room are struggling for the things that are unseen. We are struggling for a new reality that hasn't been born yet, but has the potential to be born within us. And so the third dimension is the upward reach for God. However, and let me ask the audience a question. In this society, are we taught to love ourselves? No. In this society, are we taught to love humanity? In this society, are we taught to reach for the sky? So if these are the 3 dimensions of a complete life and we are not taught any of them, then the opposite of life is death, if we don't have even one of them. The ruling class of America, through the war agenda, aims to kill the moral lives of American citizens as a means to maintain their wars abroad and their grip over the American people. This is done to prevent the masses from evolving into what Martin Luther King Jr. calls the beloved community. Because a united American people struggling to remake the foundations of American society inevitably threatens the notion that war is a necessity for the progress of humanity. The propping up of false enemies and the smear campaign against the American citizens who are rising up to demand an end to war rationalizes the need for war so that the people do not act on the fierce urgency of now. The quote-unquote need for war against North Korea justifies the 37.9 million American people living in poverty. The need for war against Russia rationalizes our inaction towards the opioid epidemic, which claimed the lives of over 107,477 people in 2022. The need for war against China rationalizes our apathy towards the 12 million hungry children of this country. The need for war makes us believe that the 130 million illiterate adults and all of the other aforementioned issues are a result of the backwardness of the people. So instead of blaming the ruling class, you blame yourself. We who want justice and peace must beg to differ. An understanding of the interconnectedness of imperialist wars and how they are tied to the realities of the American people gives us the clarity to wage a struggle that challenges the system at its core. It is impossible to be apathetic about wars abroad and be empathetic to our neighbors at home. The oppression of people abroad is also the oppression of the American people. And wars abroad cannot be put to an end without the power of a united American people. I'm wrapping it up. A true struggle for peace must acknowledge that the American people need a revolution of values. The struggle for peace must be used as a weapon against the corrupt culture of the ruling class, which aims to make the people fight to keep themselves enslaved. It must unravel the assumptions that undergird Western civilization to free the people from the curse of whiteness. It must renew and revitalize the moral, spiritual, and political lives of the American people and make it an imperative for the people to love themselves, love humanity, and reach for the sky. It must change the very foundation of how the American people relate to one another and the darker peoples of the planet Earth. A true freedom and a true democracy can only be achieved if we begin to realize the fact that we are one with the rest of the world. And there can only be justice for the world if we, the American people, can reckon with our history and our trajectory as a nation and come together as one people, one struggle for one common destiny.
Is it on? Hi, my name is Haejong Park, and I'm a teacher and also last night. How many people watched the film? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, yeah. So I'm a filmmaker too. So I feel like I'm a kind of bad student who didn't do homework. So just pretty much. I just want to share my own experience and how I feel. I didn't really prepare all the answers that you prepared, but it's interesting that every Saturday I call home in Korea. My mom is in Korea and my older brother, he lives in Korea. So this morning I called my mom, it's Korea time at night. And Mom, how's it going? And she said, oh my God, those North Koreans, they are kind of sending all these missiles and blow up the country, etc. And Mom, but do you know there is a military exercise going on U.S. Korea? And she said she had no idea. So as some of you may know, between March 13 and March 23rd, there is a largest scale U.S.-Korea joint military exercise. It's called the Freedom Shield, and for sustainable, what did I say? For stability and security. So my question is, whose stability and whose security? For the benefit of whom? While my mom or my families or my friends are being threatened, every minute, how this situation situation creates like a brink of war. So we talk a lot about preemptive strike, but preemptive strike by international law, it's illegal. And any country can trick another one and then enforce them to do preemptive strike. So, and as you know, that Korea is still at war. That's why we have yesterday and today, technically at war, and peace treaty has never been signed. So it's all military warfare, but it's also mental and psychological warfare. How this war agenda on Korea, how it affects people, both North and South, women and children and workers, and also people in the US, how it affects. And when people ask me, here, I get a lot of questions. Where are I from? South Korea or North Korea? I don't want to answer. I always say, I'm from Korea. And then people ask me about 4 or 5 times, but where? South? North? And I said, okay, I'm from Seoul. Is that enough? So I'm sure whenever I hear that question, I feel like I feel pain. And I feel like my body was cut off into two. And it's something that, so why people are asking what they want to find out. Am I a communist? Or am I a capitalist? Am I an enemy? Am I a friend? So it's a kind of, that kind of pain comes to all the time. I get this question every day. So you have to also feel how Koreans feel when they're asked this question. So in terms of this mental and psychological warfare, that as you said, I was brought up 17 years education in South Korea. I never learned how to love. I learned how to hate and how to, who's the enemy. So just every, contest for first grade students about drawing contest or poster contest was an anti-communism, contest. So it was always I had to have an enemy and chanting to destroy communism. So it's so in terms of this kind of a psychology, what kind of person can I be? What kind of a country can be both South and North Korea? And what kind of human beings? We talk about humanities. What kind of humanities we are developing? And as you know that we talked about some military spending. In South Korea, they spend about 2.8% of GDP, about $44 billion on military. And North Korea, about 15% of GDP, which is 15%, about $4.4 billion. So South Korea about 10 times more military spending, and six is our largest military power, and North Korea is about 34. So someone, you asked that before, in terms of what state North Korea or South Korea, North Korea is, but there's no time to spend money on the social welfare, but think about 15% of GDP spending on military, that's a lot. And so in terms of social welfare, where the money goes to defend ourselves and all this military training. So just that's what's going on. And also, so in terms of we talked about democracy. I don't know how many people know in South Korea we have a national security law, right? I don't know, maybe when I go, I'm planning to go to see my mom during the summer, and maybe being here is against the national security law. It can be. As Koreans in the U.S., all Koreans in South Korea, always kind of terrified by this national security law, which was established in 1948. During the Cold War, and the South Korean Syngman Rhee, allying with the U.S., they established this national security law. It still exists, and every day, all the workers who are protesting, workers for their workers' rights, educators, farmers, students, just hundreds, thousands of people are arrested or killed under the name of national security laws. You benefited communists, right? And the law still exists. And I'm sure that North Korea has its own also, laws, something you are benefiting South Korean, the US enemy. So while people live in terror, horror, how can we have a kind of society with the humanity? And we really, Koreans, and not only Koreans, now it's a whole security issue or just a stability issue. It's Northeast and then US. We are demanding to end the Korean War. And we should stop this inhumane war still going on. And then the US's racist policy in domestic racist policy, it's still implemented, abroad. The racist policy should stop. So, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you to all four of you for answering that first question. I think what is beautiful to me is that, actually all four of your answers were very different, but I don't think that they were in, contradiction to each other. And I think it's more that part of the reason why we wanted to have this discussion is because I think each of you represents a very distinct viewpoint, perspective, experience. I really enjoyed just hearing all four of you actually weigh in on how you define the war agenda, but also just the way that you approached it, because I think that all those kinds of perspectives are needed if we are to actually have, a real struggle for peace in this country. And so with that, we can move into kind of general discussion amongst the roundtable. If you want me to, I can read the remaining questions again. It's not like you have to answer it directly, but it's more like anchors kind of for the discussion, if that makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna have the audience come in, but we would just want to have time for the four of you to just talk amongst each other. But I'll just briefly read the remaining questions. So the second one was, how do you assess the Biden administration's current posture towards Korea, as well as countries like Russia and China? Are we closer to nuclear war? And what are the consequences for the people, if so? And I think this is partially aimed at addressing, are we closer now than we were before? For people who have been aware of these things, of what the US government does, and also people who are alive during the Cold War period, are things worse now than they were before during the Cold War period? And if so, what are the consequences of that? The third question was, how does the war agenda manifest in relation to those domestic crises of the legitimacy of the state and of the ruling class, as well as crises of disorder within American society? And what are the most detrimental ideological trends that impact the people's capacity to unite and struggle for the future? And the fourth question was, do the American people have the capacity to achieve peace and join humanity? And then we referenced King's speech, where he talked about the need for a peace movement that involves people of all races and creeds in the struggle to transform the fabric of American life, placing us on the right side of the world revolutionary process. And given this legacy of the civil rights movement, which is the inheritance of all people in this country, what might a peace movement look like for this time? But if people also want to respond to what was just said amongst the four answers, you're welcome.
I think one of the things that's important to discuss, and if you're going to consider how are you going to make change, how are you going to address these things, and how this war agenda manifests itself upon us, you've got to look at the issue of the media and propaganda. You know, because the bottom line is, how do a group of discredited elites who are preying on the working class convince people in the working class to support actions that are not in their best interest and that are in fact detrimental to their interest? And how do we see that? Well, in the past, there was something you might have heard of called Operation Mockingbird, and that was where the CIA, it was able to influence people in the media and slip them money in stories and things of that nature. They don't even do that anymore. You turn on the TV and there's the person from the CIA. Here we've got former CIA chief so-and-so, former NSA chief next. So the influence of the intelligence community, the influence of the government on what used to be a media. We see information coming out from social media now, where members of the government were meeting with various leaders in social media and corporations, telling them what could be allowed to be discussed and what couldn't be allowed to be discussed. So I think a very important, a critical part of the problem that we have and how the war agenda manifests itself and maintains itself is through propaganda, through lying to people. Malcolm X said many years ago, what's the first thing he said? You've been lied to, took, had, hoodwinked, led astray. But that's the key. Our government talks about an information war as though we've got some enemies out there that are attempting to wage an information war against us, and that somehow our government is mitigating that they're protecting us from an exterior information war, when in reality, the crisis of imperialism that our elites are facing now forces them to wage an information war against us.
Yeah, I think adding on to this propaganda, this media, I do think that it is the work of the few war makers who are trying to normalize violence, to normalize war in our society, and just create a lot of confusion and disunity amongst people. They're trying to distort what are the real issues at hand. They're trying to tell people that the enemy is the white working poor, who is by default a white supremacist. And they're using identity politics to make this point. They're trying to tell us that the enemy is our environment. Let's try to let's forget about the human issues, let's look at the environment. And this is so sad because there's so many leftists that can relate better to like a plastic bag than they can to a human being. I mean, I don't have issues with that, but when you cannot relate to your fellow brothers and sisters, then you can to a plastic bag. I think that's a huge issue. And they're telling us that the enemy is China, Russia, North Korea, which have authoritarian government, and just creating all of this propaganda. And I do think that in this moment, the American people really need to find light. And they have to work together to unite in this moment. And I do believe that we do have the capacity for peace. And I think that it is in our human nature to tend towards peace. But we have to unite, and we have to stand on the side of peace.
Well, I wanted to add to the comment that you had about when you were growing up, you were taught that the communists were enemies, North Korean were enemies. Is that correct? And I think that raises a very important question because I think the American people are now also dealing with the question, who is the enemy? And I would like to raise some questions because the identity politics that is pervaded by the ruling class, I believe, is primarily designed to disrupt the unity of the American people, but also to diminish their capacity to struggle and keep them within the definitions of white supremacy. And so we see identity politics arising as a way to put down the people and put down any possibility of unity, because the undergirding notion of it is that the people cannot unite, and that, in fact, the people are the enemy, not the ruling class or not the warmongers. And they teach that, well, let's talk about settler colonialism. See, they teach that those who are rising up against the war machine are the white supremacists. Those, rather than those who are attempting to exacerbate the tensions or reinscribe the color line between the American people, are the enemies. And this is a position that is doomed for failure, but also it creates an excuse, because I'm a teacher, and I always think about ideas and what they look like in practice. The young people that we're dealing with today in the city of Philadelphia are walking around with the burden of the world on their shoulders. They see no way out because of this history of McCarthyism and anti-communism, and how the CIA controls the education system and teaches us that, well, a sanitized version of King, a sanitized version of Du Bois, a sanitized version of Baldwin, queer Baldwin, but not freedom fighter Baldwin. And so, if I put this into practice and I teach it in my classroom, I'm actually giving the students an excuse to sell out, to be a product of your environment. But that idea is actually foreign to the Black freedom movement and the Black liberation struggle in America, because they wasn't talking about be a product of your environment, but be a changer of your environment. Change society, transform America. And I just want to keep it 100. The ruling class of America is encouraging young men, women, and children to become transgender in order to avoid dealing with and reckoning with the transgressions of U.S. imperialism and the type of man and woman that this civilization has produced. But I pose this question because before you opt to change your body, have you changed your mind? And before you opt to change your body, have you changed your heart? And have you accepted the notion that your crisis is not connectable to the crisis of another human being? I ask that to the people who purvey settler colonialism. I ask that to the people who purvey the discourse in Asian American studies that say the Asian American is the loneliest person in the country. Our whole history is united with Black people. Our whole history is united, as we were talking about today, with we the people who are darker than blue. The black, brown, red, yellow, and the white. And so we need to reckon with our history. And I believe this quote is key to understanding the questions that we're dealing with. Because in his essay, On Being White and Other Lies, James Baldwin defines whiteness. And he says, because they think they are white, they cannot allow themselves to be tormented by the suspicion that all men are brothers. Because they think they are white, they cannot allow themselves to be tormented by the suspicion that all men are brothers. Because they think they are white, they dare not confront the lie and the ravage of their history. Because they think they are white, they are willing to drag humanity to the edge of oblivion. So this is the criteria. This is the criteria because Martin Luther King, James Baldwin, they are the fathers of the new American nation. the new American people. And if that's what whiteness is, the inability or the lack of the capacity to see another as your brother, then what is settler colonialism? What is this identity politics that the ruling class is purveying? And the question also is, if they are trying to say that is it impossible to unite, then who are the real white nationalists? Who are the real white supremacists? And another thing that James Baldwin says is that we all have the blues. Every human being in this world is oppressed. But it's not about having the blues that gives you authority, it's the uses of the blues. What do you do with your suffering? Do you use it as an excuse to see yourself as the ultimate victim and become a moral monster, as he says? Or do you use it to reach out and unite with others who suffer? Can I say another thing? Okay. And because I was thinking about this because last year, the Jeffrey Dahmer documentary came out. The Jeffrey Dahmer documentary on Netflix. And everybody was going crazy about it. And, you know, the reaction was disgust and all that, sensationalism. But during the wars that took place in Korea and Vietnam, do you know what the imperialists did? They collected body parts of Asian soldiers, ears, fingers, and collected them and used them as souvenirs to brag to their counterparts. And the question that arose in my mind was, why are people so disgusted with Jeffrey Dahmer, but they are apologists for US imperialism? And it is because it's easy to point at that man, Kim Jong-un. It's easy to point at that nation and say, look at that monster, as long as it keeps you from seeing that monster that lives within you. And that's what King was saying. My country is the greatest purveyor of violence on this planet Earth. I'm not talking about the North Vietnamese. I'm talking about my government. I'm talking about my government. And the last thing I would like to end with is the Korean people and the Black freedom movement as a model. As a model. Because what Doc said in the first panel really moved me. Doc, you said that for every person in Korea, there was a bomb dropped for every person in Korea, men, women, and children. They destroyed the very infrastructure of the Korean nation, of Korean civilization. They said that they were going to raise Korea to the ground and bomb it back into the Stone Age. But the Korean people persisted. They persisted in spite of that. And even after the hospitals and the schools were destroyed, even after their homes were destroyed, their children killed, their wives killed, their husbands killed, they persisted. And even when they tried to impose a partition against the people of Korea, saying y'all are in the north, y'all in the south, y'all are enemies of one another, like you were saying. They rebuilt the hospitals, the schools underground, and they fought for unity. And in the great words of Frankie Beverly and Mays, they said, we are one. We are one. And so, my question, which I think we're getting at, is Korea. Korea can be a model, and the Black freedom movement can be the model for a new America and for us to play a part or play a role in the progress of humanity.
Well, we have so many teachers here on the table. And here. I just, again, sharing my experience. I think I became a U.S. citizen in 1993 or 1994. So I don't know how many people went, got a citizen after you migrated to the U.S. Here. Oh, you did? So did you do a kind of a declaration kind of things? Yeah, you did. So I think, how do you call that? How do you call that? Just, okay, swearing. But, and then you are asked to sing the American anthem, right? Yeah, we did. We had to sing. So, but it was interesting because I was a Spangled Banner, and I still didn't understand at that time, and I still don't understand now, because for example, there are words that I don't know if you all remember in the middle, and the rockets, red glare, the bombs bursting in air, all these things. I said, what the hell is this? In the anthem, right? And still, you're just reflecting it, and even just the anthem. Does it represent U.S. Pan-Americanism or imperialism and bombing the countries, something? And the anthem, right? So I sometimes, so still I struggle with, I even cannot memorize the words, but I struggle with this anthem and what kind of ideology is behind, in the anthem. And children sing, and everybody sing it. And then as a new immigrant, new citizen, when I had to swear, I had to sing without thinking. So that ideology. And then also, how many people are Eagles fan here? I think, I'm a fan too, but also I was, whenever I watch American football, so violent. And then something this American football and something this kind of violence we enjoy. And so just I'm trying to say what are some cultural components or this violence is embedded in what I admit that I enjoy too, but just all embedded within the society what we enjoy, and just we are immersed in this culture, and then a lot of times we are not aware of this violence, and a lot of times also asking, what is a peace, right? What is peace? And one Korean scholar asked at one of the seminars, do you think we are at peace? We are not fighting every day, so are we at peace? Is there peace? No war. Is there peace? So people, and including myself, everyone was perplexed, confused. And he said, that's not peace. Peace is harmony. Peace is your effort to have the harmony and to coexist. You have to make an effort, right? So we are not at peace. We are now, today is beautiful. Weather is nice. We are all sitting here. We are not at peace. Korea, today there is no bombing, but Korea is not at peace. Right? So I'm sure that Martin Luther King said the same thing, but we are not, a lot of times we are at a passive peace, just waiting or just watching. But the thing is that how we can be more positive and proactive peace we can make. And what can I do? What we can do for proactive peace. How to make peace, not waiting for peace. So this question comes to my mind a lot, as I get older. so, so what can I do? So I think something the U.S. And U.S. especially government has been at the forefront of attacking, bombing the countries. But as a U.S. citizen, I think now I'm a citizen too. We have a moral obligation. Historically, what has done to Native Americans, in this country, and also what we did to what America did to other countries worldwide, and people should feel the moral obligation, and something we have to work towards to make proactive peace. So something that I'd like to actually strategize with you all, how we can do that. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. Before we move on to, do you want to respond? Oh, you should respond, because I was just going to say, I feel like all four of you brought up really good points, but want to give each of you a chance to respond also if something.
Just something I was thinking about on this subject when I saw the issue of race and creed here, and I think it's just a comment that I think is not going to be long. And something I learned in Venezuela when I went to traveled in South America last year, and the issue of nationalism and ethnicity and pride and what have you. And I'd always thought of nationalism in such a negative, from a pejorative term. And I went there, and when I was traveled, I would find that I'd go to Venezuela, and the people would say, "We're very nationalist. We love Venezuela." And we think the people in Bolivia should love Bolivia too, and we love them. It wasn't a negative. It wasn't it was a nationalism or an ethnic pride, a pride in their group that said, we love our culture, we love our people, we're proud of it, we enjoy exercising our culture, and everyone should love theirs. It wasn't a hierarchical, ours is better than the other. And I remember, a term we hear a lot of names, but a name that was written out of history, Paul Robeson. He advocated for socialism, so he can't even be allowed in a historical context in America. But one of the things that his son, who I knew well, talked about was the difference between a melting pot and a mosaic. A melting pot where everyone has to come into America and they have to melt away their culture and accept the majority culture. And that's the American way. And even within that pot, there's still a hierarchy. Are you black? Are you white? Are you what they used to call ethnic whites, where the Anglo-Saxon was on a higher level than the Italian, or they had all of these things going on, as opposed to a mosaic, where Korean people can live in America and be proud of their culture and enjoy and practice their culture in their society, but they don't feel different than other people. They don't feel better or worse than other people. They're proud of their culture, and everyone does that. And we have a mosaic where all of the ethnicities and cultures come together to make a beautiful picture that we enjoy together. Because what we get now, I'll end up by saying this, is symbolism. The other day I'm reading this article about AFRICOM, the African Command, and they've named a new guy, Michael Langley, and he's black, and he's a general in charge of, oppressing the people of Africa, and I didn't really feel proud of that. I didn't feel like, hooray, we've got a black person now doing terrible things to black people, and I was thinking, I interviewed on my show a few weeks ago a Native American. He was talking about a particular reservation where 30% of the people don't have running water. And I thought, but they named a Tomahawk missile and an Apache helicopter that they can go around and kill people. That's what they get. They get symbolism. Do they get running water? No. Do they get a decent school? Do they get the things that they deserve after everything's been taken from them? No, but they get symbolism there. Well, you got the Apache helicopter that Lockheed Martin's going to make billions and billions of dollars off of, and they're going to go out and slaughter people everywhere. And that's what you get, the name of a helicopter. Oh, and by the way, the Apache people were slaughtered and genocided like all of the rest of the Native American people. So I think it is also important that we understand how symbolism is used and the term diversity is used symbolically against us. Diversity of thought, diversity of ideology. If you bring someone from the Korean community in and they represent the Korean community and the needs of the Korean community and the health of the community, that's great. But just to bring it to say, you know, we've got a brand new general in charge of attacking North Korea, and this person's putting together a nuclear war plan, and guess what? They are Korean. That's not a victory.
I know, I think this one works. Well, before we go into the audience participation, I think I just wanted to touch on what Hyejung also brought up, where, you know, this discussion that we're having, in some ways we are strategizing, because if we see peace as an end goal, but also something that is created by people, how do we get there? You know, how do we actually get towards peace? And that was why we're asking the question, can a new peace movement emerge in the United States? What would it look like? It may not look like what past movements look like in the United States, but it should be related to them in some way because they did lay a foundation. And I think that's something I was very interested to hear your thoughts. Also would be interested to hear the thoughts of the audience. But I raise it to you all if you have any thoughts on, what would a new peace movement look like? What would be its quality? How would it emerge? And those kinds of questions.
If I could real quick to make I'll be quick about this. I think the peace movement that will arise in America will be very much as a part of the economic struggle. I think it will be very much class-based because we're seeing again, you know, every 10 years we get some economic disaster as a result of predatory neoliberal capitalism. We are obviously on the verge of another one, and I think it will be a matter of people recognizing, you know, what we're talking about here now. People can't get education, decent schools, et cetera, and people are going to wake up and say, why is all my money going to these overseas imperialist things and I can't get anything here? So there will be ideological differences that people may not be aligned with, but I think the peace movement can and will arise, and I kind of see it's starting to arise simply by people of various ideologies asking the same question. Why are, my infrastructure's falling apart, my kid can't get decent school, we don't have food, but all my money's going to buy these planes. And that's how I think it organically grows.
Thank you. Anybody on the panel, but Garland in particular, if you don't mind, and this is being straightforward, on February 19th, we marched to Washington. You spoke. Congratulations. Today we're having another march. Obviously we're not there. We planned this far in advance of that. But how would you deal with the divisions within the peace forces? And as you know, I don't know if you were criticized for having participated on February 19th. I know there was a pushback of people claiming this was, liberals and leftists who just thirst to be united with rightists. I think you know what I'm talking about. And how do you, although I know Rage Against the War Machine endorsed the march today, you're here. So I'm just interested in how you see all of that, because the nuts and bolts of the peace movement, how we do this thing. It's Ukraine now, and forgive me for talking too long. Ukraine now, suppose they attack China over Taiwan. Well, we're going to have two peace demonstrations there, and you know what I'm saying? Or suppose they attack North Korea. Do we have two peace movements there? 2 peace demonstrations. So I just put that on the table.
Thank you. It gets back to what I was saying. You know, my father was a longshoreman, and he was in the ILA, and so my thoughts, and my mentor was Paul Robeson Jr. Again, so very much I see things through the lens of the class struggle, through the lens of the struggle of workers, and the way the unions were formed was when they had unions, they didn't say, well, I'm sorry, we've got a union here, but initially they were, but believe it or not, the Communist parties brought everybody together and said, we have the same economic needs. And it was as a matter, and why was it? Because at the time they were forced to, because the forces of the powerful oligarchs were so powerful, they were holding them down so much they were forced to. I'll just say this, when I gave my talk at the Rage Against the War Machine, and I knew there's a lot of libertarians and there's people out there that I don't ideologically agree with, I talked about my background. Yeah, my dad wore a hard hat, and my dad, he liked to rabbit hunt. He had hounds. He did rabbit hunting, and he worked on his car, and he taught me how to change the brakes on the car, and things that I knew that would touch base with a lot of people out there, that they would say, oh yeah, I've got a chainsaw and I know how to change my brake pads and things, and that there would be a connection with a kind of a class connection. So I believe that that's the way this works, that's the way it's always worked, that the power is an economic class. And that you don't have to scream, let's connect because we're in the same economic class, because there are people that may have ideological thoughts. Oh no, I think they're talking about Marxism and Leninism. I don't like that. You don't have to scream that. But you organically let people see that you have the same needs as they do economically. And I think these things happen on themselves, happen of their own. Just look at, as I say, look at the union movement, look at the organized labor movement, and make it an economic class struggle. Particularly now, because it's so glaringly obvious that there is a genocide, not class war, with a few very powerful people preying on the rest.
If anybody else has comments, just raise your hand and then I can bring mic around. Okay.
Maybe at the end of
Hi, is this okay. I'm just thinking about a lot of things, but let me try and articulate it best. So, every time we have a conference like this, I feel like I'm becoming more whole because all the parts are becoming clearer. And I'm from India. I've been in the United States for 7 years now, but I'm from India, and I'm very grateful to the upbringing that I had in India, because it was really touched by the Indian freedom struggle and benefited from the institutions that the Indian state built based on the legacy of the Indian freedom struggle. But the funny thing is, I didn't realize that when I was growing up. It took me coming to the United States and reading and learning about King and the civil rights movement and Du Bois and Baldwin to actually realize that the Indian freedom struggle was not a thing in itself, like the Black freedom movement, like the Korean struggle, the Chinese Revolution, Vietnam. The Indian struggle was also a thing for all humanity, and in some ways it was a paradigm shift which focused on the moral capacity and the transformation of human beings to build something new that, like, ideologically and philosophically was completely qualitatively different from an imperialist world order. And from King I really get this, I can feel that the world's people are one people and they have some common aspirations, even though there is this vast diversity of thought and culture. For instance, when I read about the partition of Korea, I see in it the partition of India and the partition of Africa. And I say all of this to say, well, maybe two points. One related to the question of how the war agenda of the US right now is maybe qualitatively different from what it was even a short while back. Could it be that that we are seeing a similar paradigm shift in our world, that the rise of China and Iran and the strengthening of the Russian state it would be too simple to describe that development in terms of, these countries are emerging as the next great powers, but it's actually a revolution of values in terms of what people think about war and peace, what they think about democracy and freedom. And that revolution of values being more threatening to US imperialism than something like a competition for global supremacy, which I honestly, from my heart, I don't believe that is what we are seeing. It's not a grab for global supremacy. It's actually a fundamentally different framework of people thinking about war and peace. And the second thing I was thinking about is, in the art exhibition, we focus on the North Korean state, the restructuring of the North Korean state, and really the spectacular achievements in terms of art and culture. But also basically rebuilding from scratch, from being razed to the ground. And the thing that really moved me about the documentary yesterday also was how the people see Kim Il-sung as their leader, as the father of a new nation. And it made me think about my journey to getting to know the Black freedom struggle and King, and how King and the civil rights movement is not taken as seriously in this country as it should be. I mean, and especially by the left. I mean, I don't think the left considers King to be the father of a new American nation and a new people. And so that would be my second question. How does this affect the ability of Americans to become one people within America, but also join hands with world humanity? And how does it affect the emergence of a unified peace movement that is in step with how the world is moving?
The people are welcome to address the question.
Yeah, anyone in the audience can also
the
respond.
audience.
I just want to say that, given what we have said, that the U.S. is the biggest conveyor of violence throughout the world, I think that with this peace movement, it must start in the U.S. I think that there is a tendency to tell other countries what they should do. Say to Korea, it's because of this side or that side, or say, this is what political path you should take, this is what economic path you should take. Tell Ukraine or Russia what to do. But really, instead of telling other countries what to do, we really have to look within our own country, and really think about what we as Americans should do in this peace movement. And, it's really calling for the U.S. to withdraw all of their military bases, to engage in peace, so that other countries can work out these contradictions on their own. If there's a contradiction within Korea, with the question of unity, it should be something that should be addressed by the Korean people. We should play a role of non-interference, so that once we have hands off other countries, we can start dealing with the problems at home. I mean, this goes back to what Hejung, you had said earlier. Peace is not the absence of war. We need to have harmony. So once we can really focus on domestic issues, we can direct efforts at trying to create peace at home. Targeting the high rates of gun violence, of crime, poverty, unemployment, so that we can actually invest in cultural development, in the arts, in the music, in literature, so that we can advance in the sciences and really move humanity forward. And if the U.S. is to take this lead, then all of the entire world can follow.
If it's okay, I just want to add to what Xiaoyan was saying, in part because for people who are not maybe familiar with the Free School, maybe a bit peculiar as to why we have this banner of Du Bois and King and marching to achieve our nation and that whole slogan, and why in particular, as Purva was saying, we see Martin Luther King as the father of a new American nation. And I think one of the other formulations that has emerged from the free school organically over the past year or so is that the civil rights movement was America's third revolution, with the first being 1776, the second being the Reconstruction period after the Civil War, and the third being the Civil Rights Movement. And I think when we have said that, people have kind of raised their eyebrows and been confused about, like, what do you mean it was a revolution? Like, it was, some people say, oh, it's just a liberal movement. It was a movement of accommodationists, you know, that kind of thing. But I think for some of us who've really dug into trying to understand and study the civil rights movement in particular, I think one of the qualities that emerges is that, the civil rights movement was aimed at changing fundamentally the relationships between the American people. Obviously, trying to attack segregation, but how do you create a new creative relationship, as King says, between whites and black, between white workers and black workers, between people because of segregation who had never really been in contact before. And I think through that process of trying to change the relationships between people, the people themselves also become more aware, more confident in their ability to say, like, as King says, like, I'm not going to study war no more, and I'm going to stand for peace. I oppose this government. I think this government is wrong. I think we can do better. I think the people can actually do better and forge a new policy, like a new nation built on peace. And part of what we see in the civil rights movement is that through the course of a movement, and this is partially why we're raising the question of a peace movement, is that the people become transformed through it. They become more confident in their own abilities. And when we were talking about the crisis of legitimacy, like, part of what we're living through right now is no one, as you said, like, all that the ruling class can do right now is spread propaganda and spread lies. But the people know that they're lies. The people know that they're lying. That's why they go to alternative news sources. And I think part of what we're trying to do is to provide in our own way in Philadelphia, in the ways that we can, to provide spaces and forms for the people to actually come together and to realize that actually we're capable of resolving these questions. And because that's part of where the vacuum is. The people don't trust the government, but do they believe in themselves, that they can actually do better than the government? And that's partially also why we have formulated this idea of King as the father of a nation, not just because he brought together white and black, but also he created the seed within the American people to become a people who can actually govern themselves, and to actually govern this nation on the principle of peace and not war. Because, like, I like what you were saying, Garland, about the whole idea of the mosaic, where part of what prevents America from being that kind of mosaic, or what King calls the world house, is this nation's imperialist position in the world, is our wars throughout the entire world. How can we be a world house or a mosaic of different peoples when we're waging wars all around the world? And so that's part of what we're trying to do. But I just want to say that in response to what people were saying.
I also have just a few thoughts. I think when we were talking about Martin Luther King, it's inaccurate to say that it was, a liberal movement or an accommodationist movement. My volume. Because when King was talking about nonviolence, it's not just nonviolence as, the technical opposite of violence. It's non-cooperation with an unjust system. And I think we have talked a lot about Diane Nash and the Nashville students who were determined to transform. They wanted to grow so big, like they wanted to grow their souls and their minds and their hearts so big that society would have to bend around them. That society would have to become more just. The world would have to change to make sense of this new phenomenon. And I kind of think that's what a peace movement has to try to build. Like anti-war, and the thing is that it also reminds me of a Kim Il-sung speech where I think he was talking about the forces for peace, and he was saying, good, let all of the forces for peace come together. Let them all come together. We will not cast a single person out. We'll all come together and we'll figure out what it is that we mean truly by peace and anti-war. In the process, like, people will transform. In the process, we will have to clarify our definitions and our commitment to the term, and in the process, we will build and grow something new together. And I feel like that's the thing, like, we can't know everything that peace would encompass. We can dream about it and we can hope for it, that it's, proactive, that it's harmonious. But I think part of the thing is that you have to actually, I think, stand up against war, and you have to force, I guess, like a sort of face-off, and actually, I think, let humanity like move forward. Because it seems like in some ways too, like what Garland, you were saying about war, like the US imperialist hunger for war being like clutching at straws. It's their only way that they can think of to like solve the conflict, to solve the contradictions that have come up in this system. And it's just such a uncreative way of trying to, I think, solve conflicts, which is basically like drawing them out into the open. But I feel like with King's method of non-cooperation, like advanced social relations, like this idea of what the Nashville students are doing, like we can become a people like for whom war cannot exist. And I think that's also in some ways the example of North Korea, which is you're living in a world that's hostile to you. You're living in an imperialist system that wants to destroy you, but you say, we will not be destroyed, like we won't let you. And yeah, I just feel like there are a lot of like ideas and thoughts and feelings coming out, but.
I think also, thank you for your comments. I'm also thinking a lot about my protest or my involvement in social movements. I don't want to do anti anymore, to be honest. I want to do anti-militarism, I want to, for, F-O-R, for Korea liberation, for independence, for secure, so just I want to do more, trying to use their language, instead of anti, so it's something that, what am I seeking for? And what am I fighting for? So it's not always like anti something, of course, but just in terms of framing, trying to find a way that, what do I want? What do we want? For what? So it's not reactive to something. So anyway, based on that, two propaganda materials. Or just before you leave, one is this coming Wednesday, March 22nd, there's a documentary screening, Crossings, in 2015 with Gloria Steinem and then two Nobel Peace Laureates, 30 international women. We crossed from north to south. So this is documentary on our journey. It will be at UPenn. So if someone is interested in, please take the flyer. And then the other thing is that there's a postcard and to the travel ban. The Trump administration, it started the Trump administration, but they banned all the humanitarian aid to North Korea and also sanctions against North Korea, against North Korea. So we are asking no more travel ban. So if you can sign your name and with your address, I will appreciate. Thank you.
Testing. Yes. Yeah, I've been listening very intently and thinking a lot about, what has been said. What really sparked me was when he mentioned the media. And the truth of the matter is that people really only know the quality of the information that they are exposed to. And just as importantly, the repetition of that caliber or quality of information. This is something that you will not get, like the perspectives that have been voiced here today, you will not get on mainstream media. No amount of your money buys and controls mainstream media. When you have the money, it's locked down. And this is so insidious to the point where the people in this country really do not accurately perceive how bad things are right here. Like, for instance, this is the highest infant mortality rate in the Western world. If you look at the literacy rate in the black community by design, I thought that I understood the magnitude of the industrial prison complex. I thought I did. I really did. I try to be as informed as I can. When I read the Michelle Alexander book, that this is the incarceration capital of world history. World history? This is the only country in the Western world, this is the wealthiest country in the Western world, but the only country in the Western world that does not have universal health care. Okay? This is no longer a democracy, this is a plutocracy, or plutocracy, or whatever, you know what I mean? So, now mind you, you must have a good sense of humor in order to be vividly aware of the details of all of this without losing your mind. That's right. You see what I'm saying? You know, and that's the brain function of humor. But now where I'm going with this is, I don't have to be right, but I have a very strong feeling that short of a revolution, the masses are fucked. Excuse my French. There's excellence that can take place on a micro level where you can really have access to people, where you can expose them to accurate information and what have you, and repetitiously do this, and then you can really come up with some consciousness that's like off the chain. But now, I've been tossing and turning with this issue for quite a while, and that's every time I come to you know, events like this and what have you, I'm thinking in terms of what the real solution is. Do we actually have to have maybe like a absolute civil disobedience mass movement of some sort or whatever? Because this power structure would have to be removed. So I don't want to go too far with this, and like the heavy kind of stuff, I like to hit it and quit it, because I'm able to actually process it better without blowing a gasket or whatever, you know what I mean, But so that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ransom.
One of the things I forgot your name, hey, John. One of the things that you said, I think was important, and that was the issue of anti-war framing. And that is that because every great leader, good or bad, the great leaders, the people, the leaders historically that really attract people, it's not the leader that attracts a person, and it's not their charisma, it's that they have a vision. And they say, here's my vision, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to accomplish. And people are attracted to a vision. And what you said was very powerful, because if it's an anti-vision, well, we want to not be sick, as opposed to we want everyone to have health care. Well, not be sick, people will just go home and say, I don't want to be sick. I'm not sick today, so I guess I don't need to get on board that one. But if you say everyone have health care, and eventually we all have bodies, sooner or later they're going to need something. So I think what you said was very important. And also, and while certainly it's easy for us to all hang our heads and say, you know, there's no hope, abandon hope, all ye who enter, it's easy to do. But historically, we can also see that there have been many instances in history when very powerful changes have happened very quickly. And in a small room like this, 3 or 4 people have gotten together, a small group of people, and come up with a great idea and a great vision, and went out and it caught fire and it spread. Let me tell you something that happened to me a few weeks ago. Unbelievable. This story, I got to tell you this story before I leave, because it's regarding the China-Taiwan thing. You're not going to believe this story. I'm telling you, it's crazy. So I'm a person on Twitter, and I do these satirical tweets. Some people in here might already know about this. So I tweet, breaking news, White House insiders report that, and then I'll put some satire in, right? So I do this tweet. Breaking news, White House insiders report that when asked if there could be any possible greater disaster than the neocon Ukraine project, Joe Biden responded, "Wait till you see my plan to destroy Taiwan." I was waiting for my Salvadoran food, and I took out my, oh yeah, there we go, and I tweeted that. Well, in Taiwan, some of the legislators grabbed it and decided to run with it. And they started tweeting it. It went viral. The next morning, 150 million hits. The Taiwan leaders of the Taiwan government then went to the US State Department and said, "Is this true?" The foreign minister of China then went to the US government and said, "We demand to know." It's all over so if you just search Garland Nixon Taiwan, it's everywhere. "We demand to know what this plan to destroy Taiwan looks like." It was, next thing you know, my office, they said, "Yeah, we got a call from someone on the plane with Sergei Lavrov. And he says they want to get your information, or somebody wants to contact." This thing went, so it's in, from one end of the world to the other, and it's getting 150 million hits per day. It went absolutely viral, unbelievable. So then I'm getting just unbelievable number of calls from China, from all over the place. I don't think I can even go to Taiwan right now. But at any rate, so here's my point with all that. I couldn't believe it, a tweet. But what is that? And oh, by the way, some friends of mine that work in the peace movement in China said they were contacted by some people from Taiwan that said, "Garland Nixon has done more to educate the people of Taiwan than anyone in history." And I was shown videos where there were these intellectuals, professors, or what have you, and they're discussing my tweet. And they're saying, you know, if Joe Biden has a plan to destroy Taiwan, he probably has explosives set up and saboteurs ready to blow. So what happened, all of these people in Taiwan started discussing it, and it, like, this huge thing erupted, and all of these people in Taiwan were like, "Gee, I wonder if we're getting set up to get blown up." Why do I say all of that? It was just a tweet while I was waiting for Salvadoran food. And I'm not anybody. I guess I'm probably followed around by the CIA or something by now. My point being that don't underestimate what the people in this little teeny room could do. The power of a tweet, of an interview. Somebody from here could just be interviewed next week, could put something up on social media, and something could see it. That could make a major change. Do not underestimate what you could do, and make sure that you always look for a positive vision of what can, what can happen and what can change. But I had to tell that crazy story, but it tells the point. It shows the point that don't underestimate, and I understand it's easy to just be cynical and say there's nothing we can do, because it certainly appears that way, but it ain't necessarily so. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to respond to something that you had said earlier about activism or social justice or the peace movement focusing on the negative rather than the positive. And I think you were saying something to the extent of,
I'm saying
anti something. It's doesn't have a, where are we going? For what, are we? Vision. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in other words, you're saying a lot of people know what they are against, but they don't necessarily know what they are for. Okay, all right. So I wanted to touch on that because regarding the question of pro-war discourse or academia, identity politics, all of these ideas that maintain the war effort, I think at its core, and I apologize because I think I'm more of a spiritual person than political person, but it keeps you from having the experience of loving someone more than they love themselves. But I think that's also the revolutionary sacrifice. And through trial, there is transformation. And at the bottom line, the question is, like King puts forward, chaos or community. It's like a marriage, you gotta work it out. You can't abort, you can't divorce the people. And so optimism, the optimism that is embodied in the Korean independence movement, the optimism of the Black freedom movement, it's not just a feeling, but it's a choice, it's a responsibility. And the future or the new world that is yet to be born, I believe, lives within us. But we have the choice to diminish it, or like Anna said, to nourish it. And when we punk out, because the ideology of the ruling class teaches us that we are powerless and that there is no way forward. When we punk out, we kill that embryo within us that can create the new world, where we can be examples of the new man and the new woman. And we had just come from Savior's Day in Chicago, which is the annual convention for the Nation of Islam, to celebrate the birthday of its founder, Master Fard Muhammad. And the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was giving a speech, and he said that the greatest moment of Jesus' life was not when he was healing the lepers. It was not when he was helping the sick and the poor, but the greatest moment of Jesus' life was when he was on that cross. The Korean people carried their cross. The Vietnamese people carried their cross. Black America, Robeson, Du Bois, King carried their cross. And when we stand up to the war effort, to the war agenda, yes, we are standing against it, but we are also standing for the liberation of humanity. And in standing against war, it is also to release the people from the ideas that have held them hostage for generations. To release the people from the lie that they are powerless. To release the people from the lie that black is ugly. To release the people from the lie that poverty is inevitable, that war is inevitable. And I just think that's so important, just standing up. And like Grace Lee Boggs says, we are the leaders that we've been looking for. You know, everybody in this room has an awesome responsibility. King says, I'm gonna look for this quote. He said, all men are made in the image of God. All men are brothers. All men are created equal. Every man is an heir to a legacy of dignity and worth. And so I want to share this experience because when I was a teenager and I first heard Muhammad Ali stand against the Vietnam War, and it wasn't just him standing against it, but the way that he articulated it. He said, I ain't got no quarrel with no Viet Cong, and I'm not gonna travel 10,000 miles to slay and enslave another black people and then come back home to Louisville, Kentucky and be called the N-word by my own country. That was the first time in my life that I thought of myself as anything other than a gook. That was the first time in my life that I had thought of myself as anything other than a chink. And so when you stand up, you free the people. And when you stand up, you encourage others to also stand up. And we have to do it out of love. And King says, love is the key that unlocks the door to the ultimate reality. And it was then, and it wasn't like, it didn't happen right away, but I discovered that humanity is all in one single garment of destiny. Your destiny is my destiny, and what affects me affects you. But, man, I'm just thinking about the effect that this can have on the young people, because like I said, they walk with the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they're taught that they are the problem. They are the problem. But they're not. They were taught that they are corrupt, but the truth is they were born into a corrupt society with a war agenda that is attempting to put them down. And so I'm just thinking about the possibilities of how we can free the people. And I don't know all the answers, but I know that there is love in the movements that we're studying. They are the example of love, to fight through genocide, to free your people and become independent. And because of this legacy, we talk about the white worker and the American revolutions, the first, second, and third American revolutions. And because of people like Muhammad Ali and King, I can tell someone, a white person who's trying to evolve and grow and stand up and become himself, I can say, oh, Ho Chi Minh said, for every 10 people that you kill of ours and we kill of yours, we will still win. And he said, nothing is more precious than freedom and independence. Well, that sounds a lot like give me liberty or give me death. That is the bridge. That's the bridge between our people. And so, like I said, I think of the young people, and everybody in this room has an awesome responsibility. Everybody in this room has the capacity to struggle, because like Baldwin said, and I am guilty of collecting quotes for this, but Baldwin said, I cannot be a pessimist because I'm alive. To be a pessimist means life is nothing but an academic matter. So I'm forced to be an optimist. I'm forced to believe that we will survive whatever we must survive. And I believe that we will survive. And when we stand up and we release people from the lies, they won't lose their battle to drugs. When you, all in this room, and us, when we know the awesome responsibility that we have, we won't lose our battle to alcohol. We won't lose our battle to that toxic relationship that's been dragging us down. We will stand up, and we will know who we are, because our purpose is greater than ourselves. Our purpose is striving for a new humanity and a new America. So.
Hi. Yeah, thank you again for everyone who spoke. I guess the one thing that's on my mind when we're speaking about a new energy, a new impetus, and an optimism in people, I think of the most recent new development in our country that I think of, which is Donald Trump and the Make America Great Again movement that sort of has surrounded him. And I would be remiss to not mention that he had, for all his contradictions internationally, he seemed to at least chart somewhat of a different path in terms of the Korean peninsula. And so I guess, I also think that how this figure and this movement is seen today seems to hinge upon what people consider the potential of humanity. If you're ultimately pessimistic, I think him and everyone that has supported him is seen as just backward, just trapped, just confused. And if you see potential in humanity, a capacity that these people are growing, then your idea might change in that respect. So I guess my question for all of you is, what is your understanding of this new development? Should we just be cynical? Should we, and how do we remain critical as well of the things that we disagree with, and how we don't completely see eye to eye with a lot of people on this side, but how do we view this new development?
I want to add on to Emil's question because it's thematically the same. I want to, and in doing so, I want to reaffirm King's fighting for unity by fighting against racism. So I'm gonna draw from my family's personal experience. My dad worked in construction, and he had a lot of good opportunity to come into contact with white people that didn't necessarily view him in the best way all the time, not all of them. And just the fact that this was possible because of what Martin Luther King strived for, people got to view him differently and assess him for his character and his hard work. And the people that he ended up relying the most on whenever he was out of work was a lot of the white guys in the union that I guess has some authority. And I mean, it's so interesting because according to a lot of people, this would be like the biggest racist because they weren't always politically, they make jokes, it's not always politically correct, but these were the people that were making sure that my dad had work, so we had some money. And they were the ones that were helping us fix stuff in the house. And so I want to reaffirm the strivings of the Black freedom struggle that have made this a possibility. And continue to reaffirm because, interestingly, my dad, like a lot of my family, really identify with a lot of what Trump says. Once they get past a lot of the theatrics of build a wall, for example, and they'll be like, wow, I think that we should have jobs. Make America great again is not re-enslavement. We want jobs. And peace, peace is relevant to me too. We don't have peace on this earth. We have problems somewhere else. We have problems here too. In one, just doubly reaffirming King and seeing the great potential that Trump has in white America. To add my question to that, the thing that makes me very optimistic is that the American people can interact with each other in ways that they wouldn't have been able to before, like lunch counter sitting, and you couldn't even have dinner with somebody that was different from you back then. How are you gonna get to know them, see yourself in them, and find your common mission, your common destiny? What do you think now that we have a lot of these divisions? What's a more natural way for American people to come together and relate to one another?
Great.
I hope I haven't been talking too much. I can tend to do that. But, on the discussion, and I think these are important discussions, the issue of cynicism, the issue of worry, concern, what's going to happen. So I made this up, but this is a quick little story. This guy walks down to the dock, and there's a man standing there on the dock, and he's pushing against the ship. The guy looks at him, what in the world? And he's just pushing as hard as he can. So he walks down to him, he says, look, I don't know what you're doing. You can push as long as you want and as hard as you want. That ship ain't never going to move. And he looks at him, he goes, yeah, I know that. He says, it's just what I do. He says, what do you mean? He says, I'm a ship pusher. It's my hobby. I like to push on ships. One of these days it might move, maybe not, but I'm going to be here pushing this ship every Saturday from 3 to 4 p.m. Here's my point. A bird flies because it's its nature to fly. People who are in the struggle, who are working towards a vision, do it because it's their nature to do it. When W.B. Du Bois was alive, in that time period, a lot of the things that he was working for, there was no hope in his lifetime that he was going to get fairness for his people. But he did it because it was his nature to do it. right? So a big part of when you're working for peace on the Korean peninsula, when you're working for world justice and things of that nature is, if you always remember, I do it because it's my nature to do it. This is what I do. And this is what I believe in, because then you enjoy it. And you come here and you say, wow, I met some great people, and I heard some great things, and I had some great food. And you go home, and you don't go home and just shake your head and say, you know, I talked to a lot of people, but this ain't gonna do no good, and well, we have no hope. You enjoy every time you do it, and you call people and you talk to friends, hey, what are we gonna do? And you make plans, and you work in it because you don't know, you could walk out tomorrow and get run over by a bus. But while you were here, you did what you did because it's your nature to do. And it takes away that anxiety that maybe we'll never achieve what we're trying to achieve. Maybe we'll never get there, because you're always there because you're doing it. And so you're always where you're trying to be because you're doing what you believe in, and you're part of that change that's happening. The change that happens isn't the end result, because whatever the end result is starts some other things, and you got to work towards another end result. So you're always in the process. Enjoy the process. I think that's what I'm saying. Be a part of the process. Understand the importance. And when you're in the process, meet the people around you. Get to know the people around you. Get their email addresses, their phone numbers. Work with them. Expand your group. That's what I'm saying.
I can use this. Yeah, is it okay if I address the Trump question too? Okay, great. But also to Eddie's question, I think the larger question, which is actually, I think, related to the Trump movement, is how can the American people know each other again? Because even if racism is less prevalent in American society than, let's say, 70 years ago or 60 years ago, there's so many people in this country who just don't know each other. And we're in the process of getting to know one another. That's partially, that's also what we're trying to do in the free schools, to just bring people together to even know each other, but on a principled basis, on the basis of actually struggling and striving for, as Garland said, what is natural, what is most natural to human beings, which is actually wanting a better future. And I think, I don't know if we can get too much into the Trump movement, but for me, I think it's not just the relationship with the Korean peninsula, but I think that was, like, when things were happening in 2018 between Trump and Kim Jong-un and Moon Jae-in and all of that, that was, I think, the first time that I had to reconsider Trump and seriously reconsider Trump, because I had not been, well, I was alive, but I had not been actually conscious when, let's say, like, Kim Dae-jung and Kim Jong-il met in North Korea for the first time in, 2002. But just seeing an American president meet with the leader of North Korea and then the leader of South Korea, all of them meeting together, I think something happened inside me where I was like, wow, there's something actually happening here. And it's not just about Trump, it's about the people who elected Trump. And similar with Eddie's story, like, I have family members who are very pro-Trump and became so almost reluctantly, but because it was almost like they saw how much the media was lying about Trump, and they were like, oh wait, this guy actually seems kind of interesting. And it's the first time I've ever had the chance to talk with my family literally about the ruling class, about the people who govern this country, about the insane corruption in this country, about the cabal, this is their words, not mine, the cabal that rules this country. I've never heard that before in my family. And this is partially because of the legacy of anti-communism. And the contradiction is that Trump uses all of the anti-communist language, right? But it's still something, there's been the way I see it is like, it's not even so much about Trump, but Trump was the manifestation of a certain part of America. And I'm not even gonna call it white America because my family's Korean. Like, Eddie's talking with Latino people, right? And a certain part of America breaking the door down to say, these questions, which have been left for the ruling class to decide for so long, these are our questions to talk about. These are our questions to figure out. And we are not perfect. We're not going to figure it out right away. But this is essentially, I just feel like Trump basically was the manifestation of, like, bursting that door down. And now all of these questions become questions that are the property of the people. And whether it'll be resolved through the Trump movement, I don't know. But I think that is why I see, I think, potential and value. And I'm not someone who is totally opposed to the Trump movement, because I see what how it manifests even in my own family. I see how it affected me, those period of negotiations, which ultimately did not pan out. But partially that was because, Trump had people in his cabinet who were, against his whole ambition to kind of drain the swamp. He kind of hired swamp people. But, still, that was, I think, one of the most profound moments, I think, as a young person, to see those negotiations in 2018 and to even see the possibility of peace in Korea. And I hadn't even been that interested in Korea before that. But it was that moment which actually made me interested in it and made me also reconsider Trump and the people who he represents.
Actually, that's what I was hoping would come out of the question I asked. Because can there be a peace movement in this country, let us say just on Ukraine, that is bitterly anti-Trump? When Trump says that it is his plan, well, he will run as a peace candidate, negotiations between Russia and the United States will be first on the agenda, at least that's what it appears, and that he wants to dismantle NATO. I mean, among other things. I mean, that's what I'm asking, Garland. The march today, if you get right down to it, let's be for real, if you get right down to it, the march today is against the march in February. They're against the march in February. They didn't put it this way, but when I read Jackie Lukeman's article, I knew what I was reading. They're against the march because it's too close to Trump. They attacked Tulsi Gabbard because she left the Democratic Party because of its neocons and neoliberals. So I think we're going to have to deal with this. I know, we in the free school have no fear of dealing with it. And, I mean, first of all, because we're not bound by this so-called identity politics, woke left, and all of their machinations, and all of the nonprofits that undergird and finance this so-called left. So I would just like that addressed. Can there be, and I agree with you, the new quality is the peace movement in this time will be more working class and bound to the majority of the American people who are against war. And that's all I would like to know. And we're coming up on this 2024 election and all of that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think I want to speak a little bit on Trump, kind of echoing on what Jeremiah already said, is that, I think in the past few decades, Trump has been the only president to try to establish good relations with North Korea. Like what you said, in 2018, they tried to negotiate a deal to denuclearize the Korean peninsula. And actually, the US and South Korea are planning, these military exercises. I think Hoo-jung already mentioned it. And in response to that, North Korea has also launched missiles into the Sea of Japan in response to this military exercise that the US and South Korea are planning. And actually, Trump is defending Kim Jong-un for, this response, because he's saying that, well, North Korea is just trying to defend themselves. Like, I think he's the only president that even tried to, understand North Korea. And I think that's very important. And he's also, coming up as, a peace candidate. He said that he's going to, if he's elected, he's going to be able to, end the Ukraine war in just 24 hours. That's really important because, people are just sick of war. And, there are a lot of leftists that, criticize him and say, maybe they don't agree with him in terms of, environment or economic issues or transgender issues. But I feel like we need to make a priority here. You know, the precondition for you to even think about like transgender issues, the environment, and economy is that you have to be alive. And the precondition for you to be alive is that peace must be safeguarded. And, you know, the potential of having a nuclear war is going to, you know, destroy any possibility of this. So we cannot even think about these issues until we start thinking about the question of peace. I think that's the number one priority question that that should be in our minds and that we really have to think about.
Dr. Jeffrey Sachs told the story about Donald Trump, the first time he went to North Korea. And I mean, this is not a Trump hug fest for me by any stretch of the imagination. He is what he is. He's a politician. As I always say about Donald Trump, he didn't come into American politics. He came out of American politics. He was produced by American politics because people looked at what was there and they didn't like it, and something else looked a little different and they gave it a shot. But the first time Donald Trump went to Korea, and they showed him what they do. They had this plane that was capable of carrying nuclear weapons, and it would fly towards the 38th parallel, and just at the last minute it would pull up and go away. So they were faking like they were going to do a nuclear attack, and they showed Donald Trump, look at this, we fake like we're going to do a nuclear attack, and we pull up at the last minute. What do you think? And Donald Trump said, that's crazy. Stop doing that, right? And I remember thinking, that makes sense to me. I'm hearing somebody that makes sense to me. And it seems to me that we have to be wary because the system hates Donald Trump for those reasons. Because that's what the system does. And Donald Trump at times can be pragmatic and just look at something like any of us would and say, well, that's crazy. What are we doing that for? And those are the kinds of things they hate him. So we have to take into account the importance of this too, that he has a loyal movement. And because he has a loyal movement, those people might not ever have thought of those things. And when they hear Donald Trump say, man, that's crazy, we shouldn't do that, and they're loyal to Donald Trump, that a lot of them will say, well, you know, if Donald Trump disappears, I want the next person to do that. I want the next person maybe. Donald Trump, I liked him, maybe you can get a deal on the Korean peninsula or something. So I think he is a very important figure in American politics.
Okay, we have to...
Can there be a peace movement that is anti-Trump? I don't think there can. I don't think so.
Yeah. Sorry, we're a bit over time, but I think with that, we're going to conclude the panel, this official portion, but people can continue the conversation informally. But thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for the participants.
Women across the DMV. Yeah, I did see that. And your address, please. Your name and your address. Okay.
Hi guys, I just want to give just a couple closing remarks. I mean, it's okay for people to continue what they're doing, but don't make too much noise. So, first of all, I want to thank each and every person who came. We're so thankful that all of you guys came, because this event would not be what it is without all of you. And especially in our democratic form of discussing, we really do need all of you. So I want to thank everybody for coming, first of all. The other thing, just a couple of housekeeping. First of all, we have a lot of food over there, both from lunch and from snacks. I encourage you, if you are at least 1% hungry, try to eat as much as you can, because we cannot leave anything here in terms of food. And if you want to bring food home, please let us know so that we can help you pack.
No, I'm Hazel. Okay, I see.
Again, thank you, everybody.